There is a quiet power in surrender, not the kind where you give up, but the kind where you let go. In the teachings of Buddhism, we are reminded again and again, suffering arises not from what happens to us, but from our resistance to it. As the Buddha wisely taught, let go of attachment and you will find freedom. Life flows like a river, sometimes calm, sometimes wild, but always moving forward. And yet, most of us are clinging to the rocks, trying to control the current, fearing where it might take us. But what if you could learn to flow with life, not against it? What if you could stay centered, even when the waters get rough? This video is about the art of letting life flow without losing yourself. 7 powerful Buddhist lessons that will help you release resistance, embrace peace, and stay rooted in who you are no matter what life throws your way. Let's begin. 1. Detachment is not disconnection. It's inner freedom. Many people misunderstand what detachment truly means. They think that if you're detached, you must be cold, distant, or uncaring. But in Buddhism, detachment is not about disconnecting from life or from people. It's about freeing yourself from the constant emotional roller coaster of attachment. It's about staying centered, even when things around you change. And they will change, because everything in this life is temporary. Detachment means you can love someone deeply, with all your heart, but you don't try to control them or own them. You don't place your happiness in their hands. You understand that they are their own person, just as you are. You can care for someone without the fear of losing them, swallowing you whole. You can be involved, but not entangled. This is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's knowing that clinging too tightly only leads to pain when life inevitably shifts. The same goes for your goals and dreams. You can work hard, stay motivated, and pursue your vision with full energy, but you don't let your identity depend on success or failure. You are not your achievements. You are not your losses. When you realize this, you become free. You stop measuring your worth by outcomes. You stop fearing change. Instead of chasing happiness through control, you find peace through release. Detachment doesn't mean you walk away from life. It means you walk through it with open hands. You stop gripping so tightly that your knuckles turn white. You breathe, you observe, you allow, and through this gentle awareness, you become stronger, more resilient, more peaceful. You begin to notice that when you're no longer attached to having things your way, you can enjoy life more fully. You don't fall apart when plans change, when people leave, or when seasons of life end. You don't lose yourself in every emotion that passes through your heart. Instead, you become the calm observer, the one who can feel everything but is ruled by nothing. True detachment is not the absence of feeling, it's the presence of inner freedom. It's like being the clear sky behind the clouds. The weather will come and go, joy, sorrow, anger, love, but you remain steady, vast, and unshaken. You don't need to run from life, and you don't need to control it. You simply let it flow, knowing that your peace does not depend on what comes and goes, but on your ability to let go with grace. 2. Flow is not passivity, it's skillful balance. Sometimes when people hear the phrase, go with the flow, they think it means being passive, just letting things happen, not caring, not trying, not making any effort. But in Buddhism, that is not the meaning at all. Flow is not laziness. It is not giving up your power. It is a powerful form of wisdom, one that requires awareness, patience, and a deep understanding of when to act and when to let go. Think of a river. A river flows naturally around rocks, through narrow bends, over small waterfalls. It doesn't stop every time there's an obstacle. It doesn't try to force its way straight through a mountain. It adapts, it adjusts, it moves with the landscape while continuing forward. This is what it means to live in flow. You are not being controlled by life, but you are not trying to control everything either. You are learning how to move with life wisely. Buddhism calls this skillful means, the ability to respond to life with intelligence, not just impulse. It means knowing that some moments require action and others require stillness. Some battles are worth fighting and others are better walked away from. Flowing with life means you don't fight every wave, but you learn how to surf. You become soft where others are hard, flexible where others are rigid. And in that softness, you are stronger than you appear. Being in flow means you're not trying to force results. You're doing your best, yes, but you're not obsessed with controlling how things turn out. You plant the seed, you water it, you care for it, but you don't scream at it to grow. You trust the process, you show up with calm consistency, and you allow things to unfold in their own time. This doesn't mean you stop having goals. It means you approach your goals with grace. You allow room for life to surprise you. You understand that detours may lead to better paths, delays may build better character, and even failure might be redirecting you to something far more meaningful than what you had planned. You are present in each moment, not trapped in some rigid version of how you think life must go. When you stop resisting what is, when you stop trying to swim upstream all the time, you begin to experience peace, not because life gets easier, but because you become wiser. You start to realize that flow doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing the right thing at the right time, with the right mindset. It's about listening deeply, trusting deeply, moving gently, and choosing your responses with mindfulness, not panic. You no longer feel like a victim of life, nor like someone constantly struggling to dominate it. Instead, you become like a skilled dancer in harmony with the music, graceful, attentive, and calm in your steps, even when the rhythm changes. That is not weakness. That is balance. That is power. That is the beauty of living in flow. 3. The ego wants control, but the self wants peace. Inside each of us there is a quiet battle always unfolding. On one side is the ego, the voice that constantly demands recognition, control, certainty, and superiority. It wants to be right. It wants to win. It wants things to go exactly as it planned, and when life doesn't follow the script the ego wrote, it panics. It reacts with anger, fear, jealousy, and frustration. The ego sees everything as a threat to its sense of importance. But beyond the ego, deeper within you, is something much more sacred, the true self. This self doesn't crave control. It doesn't need constant validation. It doesn't seek to dominate others or to manipulate outcomes. The true self simply wants peace. It longs to live in harmony with the present moment. It wants to breathe deeply, to feel connected, and to understand rather than judge. Buddhism teaches us to recognize the voice of the ego, not to hate it, but to see it clearly. The ego isn't evil, it's simply afraid. It's trying to protect you. But the way it protects you is by convincing you to control life, to fear loss, to resist change. The more you listen to the ego, the more tired you become. Because no matter how hard you try, you can't control everything. You can't force people to love you. You can't prevent every loss. You can't always be right. And trying to do so only leads to suffering. When you begin to quiet the ego, you begin to hear the whisper of your true self. The self that says, it's okay to not know. It's okay to let go. It's okay to just be. You realize that you don't have to prove yourself all the time. You don't have to chase approval. You don't have to defend your worth. You already have value just by being alive, just by being aware. The ego operates from fear. The self operates from trust. The ego clings to the past and worries about the future. The self lives fully in the now. The ego wants to impress. The self wants to express. And so the path of peace is not about destroying the ego, but learning not to obey it. You start observing your thoughts rather than being ruled by them. You catch yourself when you feel the urge to argue just to win. You pause when your pride is hurt and ask, is this my ego speaking? You choose softness over dominance. You choose silence over unnecessary noise. With time, you begin to see that you don't need to control everything to feel safe. You don't need everyone to agree with you to feel confident. You don't need every plan to go perfectly to feel at peace. You stop reacting to life like a wounded soldier and start responding like a calm observer. And this is how you shift from the restless demands of the ego to the gentle presence of the self. The more you let go of control, the more in control you actually become. Because now, you're not being dragged by your emotions. You are steady, like a mountain, rooted in clarity. Letting go of the ego doesn't make you weak. It makes you wise. It gives you the ability to walk through life without needing everything to revolve around you. It frees you from the exhausting cycle of needing to be someone in order to feel like you matter, because yourself, the real you, has always mattered, not for what you've achieved, but simply for existing. And once you start living from that space, you begin to experience a kind of peace that no success, no applause, and no victory can ever give you. 4. Stillness is your power in chaos. In a world that is constantly moving, fast, loud, demanding, it's easy to believe that silence is weakness, that stillness means you're doing nothing, that pausing means you're falling behind. But in Buddhism, stillness is not just the absence of movement. It is the presence of awareness. It is one of the greatest forms of strength you can ever cultivate, especially when everything around you feels chaotic. Life will always bring noise. It will bring moments that test your patience, trigger your emotions, and tempt you to react immediately. Someone says something hurtful, and your mind wants to fire back. A plan falls apart, and panic rises like a storm. You're surrounded by expectations, opinions, pressure, and your first instinct is often to do something, anything, just to feel in control again. But here is what the Buddha taught. In moments of turmoil, your power lies not in reacting, but in pausing, in breathing, in becoming still, not on the outside, but on the inside, because it is in that stillness that you find clarity. It is in that stillness that you give yourself the space to respond with wisdom instead of being dragged by emotion. Think of a glass of muddy water. If you keep stirring it, the water stays murky. But if you let it sit in stillness, the mud settles and the water becomes clear. Your mind is the same. When your thoughts are racing, when fear or anger takes over, you cannot see clearly. But if you sit, breathe, and allow the mental mud to settle, your inner vision returns. You begin to see, not just react. Stillness doesn't mean running away from life. It doesn't mean pretending problems don't exist. It means facing life with calm presence. It means grounding yourself so that you are not shaken by every wind that blows your way. It means learning to become the eye of the storm, the quiet center, untouched by the chaos spinning around it. This is why Buddhist monks train in meditation, not to escape the world, but to engage with it more skillfully. Through silence, they learn to hear more deeply. Through stillness, they learn to move more intentionally. You don't have to be a monk to do this. You can practice stillness in your everyday life by taking 3 slow breaths before answering a harsh message, by closing your eyes for a moment before making a big decision, by observing your feelings before acting on them. Stillness allows you to witness your anger without becoming it. It helps you feel your sadness without drowning in it. It gives you a moment to ask yourself, is this the person I want to be right now? Is this the energy I want to carry into the world? And in that sacred pause, you begin to reclaim your power. Not the power to control others or force outcomes, but the power to choose your state of being. There is no peace without stillness. There is no wisdom without silence. When you build the habit of turning inward instead of always reaching outward, you begin to live from a deeper place. You begin to trust that not every problem needs an instant solution. Not every emotion needs to be acted upon. Some things just need to be witnessed, like clouds drifting across the sky. And so, you stop being afraid of stillness. You stop filling every gap with noise. You stop running from your own mind. Because now, you understand, in stillness, there is strength. In silence, there is insight. And in the calm within you, there is a home that no chaos can ever destroy. 5. Acceptance is not giving up, it's growing up. One of the most misunderstood spiritual lessons is the concept of acceptance. Many people believe that to accept something means to give up, to stop caring, to stop trying. They think it's about letting life walk all over you or surrendering to weakness. But in Buddhism, acceptance is not a sign of defeat. It is a sign of deep maturity. It is the doorway to peace, wisdom, and strength. It is not the end of effort, but the beginning of clarity. Acceptance does not mean you approve of pain or injustice. It doesn't mean you're happy about what happened. It means you acknowledge reality as it is, without running from it, without denying it, and without wrapping it in stories of should have or shouldn't have. You begin to understand a powerful truth. Suffering does not come from what happens, but from your resistance to what happens. And when you stop resisting, you stop creating more pain than the event itself ever caused. Think about how much energy we spend fighting what already is. A relationship ends, and we say, this shouldn't have happened. A plan falls apart, and we say, this is not fair. We replay conversations, question our past, resist the present, and fear the future, all in an attempt to control something that has already happened or that is simply out of our hands. But that struggle doesn't heal us. It holds us hostage. It ties us to our suffering, like a rope that only tightens the more we pull. Acceptance cuts that rope. It doesn't mean you stop feeling. It doesn't mean you become numb. It means you look at your reality and say, this is what it is. This is what has happened. Now what will I do with it? That question changes everything. Because instead of being a prisoner to the past, you become a participant in your present. You stop asking, why me? And start asking, what now? This shift is profound. Acceptance transforms pain into purpose. It turns chaos into clarity. It gives you space to grow instead of shrink, to respond instead of react, to move forward instead of staying stuck. And this isn't just theory. In Buddhist teachings, this practice is alive. When you sit in meditation and discomfort arises, a cramp, an itch, a wave of emotion, the first instinct is to run, to shift, to fix. But the training is to stay, to breathe, to observe, to accept the moment without needing to change it. Why? Because in that still, surrendered state, you begin to realize that you are not the discomfort. You are the awareness of it. You are not the emotion. You are the sky it passes through. And suddenly, you discover a strength that does not need to fight to be powerful. You discover a wisdom that does not need to force its way to be real. That is the essence of spiritual growth. Acceptance is not giving up. It is giving in to what is so that you can meet it with full presence rather than blind resistance. It is how you stop pouring fuel onto the fire of your own suffering. It is how you breathe through a moment that once would have broken you. It is how you remain calm in the middle of heartbreak, disappointment, and uncertainty, not because you are indifferent, but because you are rooted in something deeper than circumstance. You begin to realize that life was never meant to be perfect. People will fail you, plans will collapse, dreams will shift. But the more you accept this, the more at peace you become. You begin to let life be what it is, messy, mysterious, unpredictable, and you stop needing it to fit into the neat little box your ego designed. You trust that you can still live with heart and purpose, even in the face of uncertainty. And this is not just a personal journey. Acceptance changes how you treat others, too. When you accept people as they are, flawed, growing, sometimes confused, you stop trying to fix them. You stop expecting them to behave the way your mind insists they should. You stop judging so harshly. And from this space of acceptance, compassion grows, patience grows, understanding blooms. In the end, acceptance is a form of love. It is loving reality enough to stop fighting it. It is loving yourself enough to say, I deserve peace, even if everything is not perfect. It is loving others enough to say, I see your humanity and I meet it with grace. So no, acceptance is not weakness. It is not surrendering to defeat. It is surrendering to truth. It is choosing to meet life exactly as it is, and in doing so, discovering that you are stronger, wiser, and more peaceful than you ever imagined. 6. Letting go isn't losing, it's coming home. There is a quiet ache in the human heart that clings. It clings to people, to stories, to dreams, to identities. It clings to things long after they have left us. It clings out of fear that without them we will somehow be empty, unworthy, or lost. We hold on to memories as if they are lifelines, even when they hurt us. We grasp tightly to ideas of who we think we should be, even if those ideas exhaust us. We carry burdens that no longer belong to this version of us, but we carry them anyway, out of habit, out of guilt, out of fear. But in the teachings of Buddhism, one of the deepest paths to peace is the art of letting go, not as an act of defeat, but as a return to who you truly are. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about releasing what no longer supports your growth. It's about loosening your grip so that your hands are free to receive something new. It's not the end of something meaningful. It's the space where something deeper begins. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop clinging to what you cannot control. It means you allow people to be who they are, even if they don't meet your expectations. It means you accept that not all relationships are meant to last forever, and that some chapters are meant to close so that new ones can begin. You stop trying to rewrite the past. You stop wishing things had been different. You allow the moment to be as it is, and you step into it with your whole presence, unburdened by yesterday's weight. In meditation, we practice this every time we sit. A thought arises, a memory, a worry, a craving, and instead of chasing it or pushing it away, we simply notice it. We observe it without judgment, and we let it pass. This simple act, watching without grasping, is the beginning of freedom. Because what we learn is that we are not our thoughts, we are not our emotions, we are not our fears or stories. We are the awareness behind them, the stillness beneath them, and from that stillness we realize that holding on is a choice, and so is letting go. Think of your mind like a room filled with furniture. Over time, we collect things. Some pieces serve us well, others become clutter, but because we're so used to seeing them, we forget they're even there. Letting go is like walking into that room and slowly clearing away what no longer belongs. It may be uncomfortable at first, there may be emotional dust attached to every piece, but with every object you release, you create space. And in that space, you can finally breathe, you can finally see, you can finally rest. Sometimes we cling to pain because it's familiar. We keep telling the same story of betrayal or heartbreak because it gives us identity. We hold on to our mistakes as proof that we're unworthy. But letting go means rewriting that narrative. It means choosing to see your pain not as your identity, but as your teacher. It means allowing forgiveness to enter, not just for others, but for yourself. Forgiveness doesn't erase what happened. It simply removes the weight of it from your heart. Letting go also means surrendering control. This may be one of the hardest parts. We think that if we hold on tight enough, if we plan enough, worry enough, fight hard enough, we can make life bend to our will. But life isn't something to be wrestled into submission. It's a flow, a rhythm, a dance. And the more we resist it, the more we suffer. The more we try to force things to be a certain way, the more we lose the beauty of what already is. When you let go of the need to control outcomes, you begin to trust the unfolding. You start to believe that not everything needs your intervention, that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is step back and allow life to guide you. You begin to trust that if a door closes, another will open. That if someone leaves, their space will make room for someone new. That if a dream dies, a deeper one is waiting to be born. Trust becomes your new way of walking through the world. But this doesn't mean you become passive. Letting go is not about doing nothing. It's about doing what is needed and then releasing your attachment to how things must turn out. You show up with your full heart. You give your best. And then you let it be. You surrender not because you're weak, but because you understand that clinging to what you cannot control only creates suffering. Letting go becomes an act of wisdom, a declaration of peace, a practice of profound inner freedom. And perhaps the most beautiful part of letting go is this: it brings you back to yourself. When you stop gripping everything outside of you, you begin to reconnect with the quiet strength within. You remember that your worth is not tied to what stays or what leaves. It's not measured by what you've gained or lost. Your value is intrinsic. It lives in your breath, your presence, your being. You don't need to hold on to anything to prove that you matter. Letting go is not losing. It's coming home. Home to the simplicity of this moment. Home to the lightness of a heart unburdened. Home to the truth that you were never meant to carry everything. You were meant to feel, to learn, to love, to grow, and then to release. Like the trees that let go of their leaves, not in sorrow, but in trust. Like the ocean that releases each wave so another can rise. Like the sky that never clings to any cloud. This is the rhythm of the universe, and you are not separate from it. So breathe, open your hands. Release the need to fix, to control, to hold. Allow the past to rest. Let the future unfold and return to the gentle knowing that you are already whole, already worthy, already home. 7. The flow of life is your greatest teacher. In the silence between thoughts, in the pauses between breaths, there is a wisdom always speaking to us, not with words, but with experience. Not with explanations, but with lessons carried through moments, joyful, painful, ordinary. This is the flow of life itself, and in Buddhism, it is not merely something you endure or pass through. It is your greatest teacher, a living, breathing, unfolding mirror that reflects the state of your mind and the depth of your awareness. The question is not whether life is teaching you. The question is whether you are listening. We often search for guidance in books, in gurus, in philosophies. And yes, those are valuable. But the deepest spiritual education happens in your everyday experiences, through the people you meet, the setbacks you face, the emotions you feel, and the changes that sweep through your life like unexpected winds. Every encounter, every mistake, every moment of silence has something to teach. If your eyes are open, if your heart is soft enough to receive. Life teaches us through repetition. You'll find yourself facing the same kinds of challenges over and over, different faces, different places, but the same emotional trigger until you learn what you were meant to learn. You'll feel the same frustration, the same fear, the same loneliness, not because life is punishing you, but because it's guiding you. It's pointing you towards something unhealed inside, something unseen, something waiting to be understood and released. It is your curriculum, designed not by fate or randomness, but by the deeper intelligence of the universe and your own karmic path. When you resist the flow of life, you suffer. You become like a leaf trying to fight the current of a river. You spend all your energy trying to swim against the tide, trying to make things stay the same, trying to control what is beyond your reach. And in that struggle, you miss the lesson, you miss the gift. Because pain is not just pain, it is information. Discomfort is not just discomfort, it is a pointer. Every disturbance in your life is a doorway to insight if you know how to enter it without fear. The flow of life teaches you presence. You cannot truly live if you are constantly regretting the past or worrying about the future. Life flows only in the present. You cannot hold yesterday, and you cannot control tomorrow. You only have now, this breath, this step, this heartbeat. When you learn to rest your attention fully in the moment, you begin to see the magic hidden in what once seemed ordinary. The sound of the wind, the way sunlight falls through the trees, the feeling of water on your hands. These become your teachers too. Nature becomes scripture, silence becomes wisdom, simplicity becomes sacred. Life also teaches you surrender. You may have plans, expectations, dreams, but life has its own flow. Sometimes what you think is a detour is actually the main road. What feels like rejection is redirection. What seems like loss is an invisible gift preparing to bloom in a different season. Surrendering to the flow of life doesn't mean you give up. It means you stop forcing. You trust that there is intelligence in the unfolding, even if you don't yet understand it. You become humble enough to say, I don't know why this is happening, but I will stay open. I will keep walking. I will keep listening. The flow of life also teaches you impermanence. Everything changes. The moments you wish could last forever will pass, and the moments you think will never end will pass too. No emotion is permanent. No situation is permanent. No identity is permanent. When you deeply understand this, not just in your mind, but in your body and soul, you stop clinging so tightly. You stop taking everything so personally. You begin to float with life instead of sinking into it. You begin to let things go without breaking. And perhaps most importantly, the flow of life teaches you compassion. When you are hurting, you understand the hurt of others more deeply. When you have struggled, you are less quick to judge. Life softens you, not to make you weak, but to make you kind. The more you are humbled by life's flow, the more you realize that everyone is carrying something. Everyone is learning, everyone is falling and rising. And so you begin to forgive more easily. You begin to love more gently. You begin to walk through this world with a heart that remains open even when it's been bruised. Buddhism reminds us that the path to awakening is not found by escaping life, but by entering it fully, with awareness, with courage, and with a deep willingness to grow. Life is the monastery. Experience is the meditation. Every breath, every choice, every step is your practice. There is nowhere else to go. There is nothing else to wait for. The teaching is already happening, right here, right now. So what does it look like to live as a student of life? It means waking up each morning with humility and curiosity. It means asking, what is life trying to show me today? It means watching your reactions, not to judge them, but to learn from them. It means not rushing to fix every discomfort, but allowing yourself to feel it, to sit with it, to ask what it wants you to see. It means seeing obstacles as invitations to grow stronger, more spacious, more aware. It also means being patient with yourself. Learning from life is not instant. You will make the same mistake more than once. You will forget the lesson. You will fall back into old patterns. That's okay. The flow of life is not a straight path. It's a winding river with bends and breaks and sudden drops. What matters is not perfection. What matters is that you stay in the river, that you keep returning, that you keep listening. And slowly, without even realizing it, you begin to change. You become more grounded, less shaken by small things. You become more accepting, less attached to needing things to be a certain way. You laugh more. You breathe deeper. You begin to live not from fear, but from trust. Not from resistance, but from harmony. Not from ego, but from presence. This is not something you achieve once and for all. It's something you practice every day. Every time you choose to pause instead of react, to breathe instead of blame, to observe instead of judge, You are learning, you are evolving, you are flowing. And in the end, this flow becomes not just your teacher, but your home. You stop feeling like a stranger in your own life. You stop battling everything. You begin to rest in the gentle rhythm of being alive. You realize that everything that has ever happened, every heartbreak, every moment of joy, every disappointment, was preparing you for this kind of peace. Not the kind of peace that comes from getting what you want, but the kind that comes from understanding that you already have what you need. Awareness, breath, presence. The river is always moving. You don't need to swim faster. You don't need to struggle to stay afloat. You simply need to trust that the current knows the way. And when you surrender to that, not only do you find peace, you find yourself. So let the flow of life teach you. Let it soften your heart. Let it awaken your spirit. Let it break you open so that you can be filled with something truer than control, safer than certainty, and more lasting than anything the world could ever promise. The quiet, unwavering strength of a soul aligned with the rhythm of life itself. 9. You don't need to be fixed. You need to be fully seen. From a very young age, we are taught, directly and indirectly, that something about us is not quite enough, that we need to become better, do more, speak differently, look different, feel less, feel more, try harder. We are told to be obedient, to be strong, to be quiet, to be successful, to be pleasing, to be fearless, to be perfect. We are conditioned to believe that our worth is tied to our performance, our appearance, our results. And slowly, almost silently, we begin to carry a subtle but heavy belief. I am not okay as I am. I must be fixed. And so begins the endless inner chase. We read books, attend seminars, chase achievements, change careers, shape-shift in relationships, switch identities, pursue more knowledge, build more strength, all in the hope that one day, finally, we will arrive at the version of ourselves that feels complete, worthy, loved, and unbroken. But Buddhism invites us to stop, to sit, to pause in that exhausting pursuit and to question the very root of it. What if the version of you that exists right now is not broken? What if you don't need to become someone else to deserve peace? What if you're not a problem to be solved, but a human being to be deeply understood? You see, the concept of self-improvement has value, but it can also become a trap. When it's driven by shame, or the belief that you are not enough as you are, then no matter how much you improve, it never feels like it's enough. No matter how far you climb, the top keeps moving. Because the motivation was never truth, it was fear. The fuel was not love, it was self-rejection in disguise. In the Buddhist path, healing does not come from fixing, it comes from seeing. From truly, honestly, lovingly observing what is inside you without judgment, not with the intention to edit it, erase it, or polish it, but simply to witness it with presence. The brokenness you feel is not from being too much or too little. It is from the belief that your emotions are wrong, that your sensitivity is a flaw, that your anger is shameful, that your sadness should be hidden. It is from being told over and over that you must suppress, that you must smile when you're grieving, that you must perform when you're collapsing. But the truth is, there is nothing more healing than being seen as you truly are and not running from it. To sit with your grief without silencing it, to acknowledge your fears without covering them in false strength, to feel your jealousy or insecurity without instantly judging yourself for being immature, to understand that all these parts of you are not defects, they are invitations. They are teachers knocking gently on your heart, asking to be welcomed, not rejected. When you stop trying to fix yourself, you begin to feel your true self again, not the self shaped by what the world demanded, but the self who breathes underneath the layers, the one who was always there, patiently waiting. That self is not interested in perfection. That self does not want applause. That self wants presence. That self longs to be honored, heard, and accepted, first by you, then by others. This is not easy work. It takes courage to look into the mirror of your being and say, I am allowed to be messy. I am allowed to not have it all together. I am allowed to feel pain. I am allowed to be enough, even now. It takes courage to allow your rawness to remain open instead of hiding it behind more effort, more armor, more striving. But this is where real transformation begins, not through force, but through loving attention. In Buddhist meditation, there is a practice known as metta, or loving kindness. Often, it begins with extending compassion to others, but eventually you are asked to turn it toward yourself, to silently repeat, may I be safe, may I be healthy, may I be happy, may I live with ease. And this can be one of the most difficult parts of the practice. Why? Because many of us are not used to offering ourselves kindness. We are used to being hard on ourselves. We are used to criticism. We confuse it with discipline. But kindness does not make you weaker. It softens your fear so you can grow without shame. And here lies the paradox. The more you stop trying to fix yourself, the more you begin to heal. Because when you truly see yourself, your light and your shadow, your calm and your chaos, something beautiful happens. You begin to realize that your pain doesn't make you unworthy. Your past doesn't make you unlovable. Your scars don't disqualify you from wholeness. You are not broken. You are becoming. You are unfolding. And your wounds are not the end of your story. They are the part where your strength was quietly born. You don't need someone to rescue you from yourself. You don't need to be better to deserve peace. You need presence. You need patience. You need to sit beside yourself like a dear friend would and say, I'm here, I see you, I'm not going anywhere. And in that moment, your nervous system begins to calm, your heart begins to open, the panic inside you begins to loosen its grip, not because something outside changed, but because your inner war ended. Healing is not about becoming some ideal version of yourself. It's about returning to what is already real, already whole, already sacred within you. It's about peeling back the layers of conditioning and discovering that underneath all of it is a presence that is pure awareness, pure compassion, pure stillness. You are not your thoughts. You are not your trauma. You are not your titles or your failures. You are the one who is aware of them all. You are the one who is watching with eyes that do not judge, but only see. So the next time you feel the urge to fix yourself, to become more, to prove more, to force more, pause, breathe, ask yourself gently, what part of me is asking to be seen right now, not judged? Sit with that part, hold it, listen to it, let it speak. You might be surprised by what it tells you. It might not need solutions. It might just need space. It might just need your love. And this too is part of the Buddhist path. Not striving to become a perfectly enlightened being, but learning to become deeply present with what is. Becoming the one who listens. Becoming the one who stays. Becoming the one who no longer runs from the moment. Because in the end, it's not about becoming someone else. It's about remembering who you've always been. You don't need to be fixed. You need to be fully seen. By the world, yes, but first, and most importantly, by yourself. And when you see yourself clearly, not with the eyes of judgment, but with the eyes of compassion, you no longer feel the need to chase worthiness, because you know, deep in your breath, deep in your bones, you were always enough, exactly as you are. The art of returning to yourself in a world that keeps pulling you away. In the modern world, the greatest distance is not measured in miles or kilometers. It is not the space between cities or between people. The greatest distance is the one that exists between you and yourself. You wake up and immediately check your phone. You're flooded with messages, news, opinions, tasks, expectations. Before your feet even touch the ground, your mind is already somewhere else, planning, comparing, reacting, remembering. You get dressed, you perform, you speak, you move. But somewhere deep within, you feel far away from home. Not the home made of walls and furniture, the inner home, the place where your truth, your stillness, your being quietly lives. And over time, if you're not careful, The world can pull you so far away from this place that you begin to forget who you are when no one is watching. You become a collection of masks. You say what you're supposed to say. You post what you think others will like. You chase what you're told is important. And in the process, you lose touch with your breath, with your essence, with your soul. But Buddhism teaches something gentle and profound. You can always return. No matter how far you've drifted, how long you've been distracted, how many versions of yourself you've tried on for others, you can come home. You can return to yourself. And that return is not dramatic or loud. It is not something you announce to the world. It is quiet, like a whisper, like the sound of your breath when you finally stop running. This return is not an escape from life. It is a re-entry into it. Because when you are disconnected from yourself, you cannot truly experience the world. You only skim across the surface. You are present, but not really here. You speak, but your words feel empty. You achieve things, but they don't fulfill you. You are surrounded by people, yet you feel unseen. And so, the art of returning to yourself is not selfish. It is sacred. It is necessary. Because until you reconnect with who you are beyond the noise, nothing in the external world will feel complete. So how do you return? You begin with stillness, not hours of silence, but a moment of awareness. Just one breath, taken consciously. Just one moment of sitting with yourself without needing to scroll, reply, or perform. Just one small pause where you stop trying to be someone and you simply are. In that pause, the fog begins to clear. You begin to feel the ground beneath your feet again. Next, you listen, not to the endless stream of thoughts in your mind, but to the deeper voice, the one that has always been there, patiently waiting for you to remember it. This voice doesn't shout, it doesn't scold. It's more like a hum, a vibration, a feeling in your chest when something aligns with your soul. When you slow down enough to hear it, it tells you things the world never will. It tells you when you're tired, even when you're pretending you're fine. It tells you when a path no longer fits, even if everyone else applauds it. It tells you when it's time to let go, to speak up, to rest, to begin again. This is the voice of truth, your truth. And the more you return to it, the more your life starts to feel like it belongs to you again. You see, the world thrives on distraction. The more disconnected you are, the easier you are to influence, so you are constantly pulled toward productivity, toward comparison, toward urgency, toward perfection. But you are not here to live someone else's version of meaning. You are not here to be a copy of an idea. You are here to be deeply, unapologetically alive, to breathe in sync with your values, to move at a pace that nourishes your body, to choose with intention, not pressure, to exist in alignment, not in fear. Returning to yourself is about remembering that your life is not a race. There is no finish line. There is no reward for who can hustle the hardest or perform the most. The reward is in being real, in waking up and feeling peace, not because everything is perfect, but because you are not abandoning yourself anymore. You are not betraying your inner knowing for outer approval. You are not outsourcing your worth to what others think of you. In Buddhism, the path is not found by adding more, but by letting go. You strip away the noise, the clutter, the stories that no longer fit. You let go of the idea that your value comes from being busy. You release the belief that rest makes you lazy. You begin to see that doing less sometimes brings you more. More awareness, more connection, more joy. Not the fleeting kind that comes from achievement, but the steady kind that comes from living in alignment. And you begin to notice something beautiful. The more you return to yourself, the more you see others clearly too. You begin to recognize that most people are also lost in the same fog, trying, proving, pretending. Your compassion deepens, your patience softens, because now you understand what it means to feel far from home. And so, you don't judge. You hold space. You show up with your whole presence, not just your persona. You become someone who brings others back to themselves by being deeply rooted in your own truth. Returning to yourself is not a one-time event. It is a practice, a daily choice. There will be days when you drift again, when life becomes loud and the world pulls hard. But now, you know the way back. You've carved a path in your inner landscape. You know how to sit, how to breathe, how to remember. And with time, your returns become quicker, more natural, less dramatic, like the tide that always comes back to the shore. You don't need to change your entire life to return to yourself. You just need to notice when you're disconnected, when you're forcing, when you're performing. And instead of continuing down that path, you pause, you check in, you ask, what do I truly need right now? And you listen. You honor it, whether it's a walk, a breath, a cry, a boundary, a laugh, a nap, or silence. Because the more you practice this, the more your life becomes yours again. Not a reaction to the world, but a reflection of your soul. You become rooted even when the world shakes. You become whole even when things fall apart. You become soft but unbreakable. You stop chasing and start being. You stop trying to become, and you remember you already are. So if today you feel far from yourself, know this: you are not lost. You are just tired. You are just distracted. You are just human. But you can come back right now, with a breath, with a pause, with a whisper that says, I'm here. I haven't forgotten you. And in that moment, the return begins. Healing begins the moment you stop running from yourself. There comes a time in every person's life, not always loudly, not always dramatically, but a quiet moment when everything pauses, when the world goes silent for just a breath, and in that stillness, something deeper within you whispers, you cannot keep running from yourself. That moment may come after heartbreak, after failure, after grief, or after everything in your life looks perfectly fine on the outside, yet feels hollow on the inside. It doesn't matter how it arrives. What matters is what you do when it does. Because for most of our lives, we are taught to run. Run from pain, run from shame, run from silence, run from the feelings that make us uncomfortable. We are told to stay strong, to move on, to keep busy, to get over it, to not make a big deal out of things. And so we learn. We learn to outrun the ache in our chest by filling our calendars. We learn to silence our sadness by drowning it in distractions. We learn to suppress our emotions, not because we are weak, but because we were never taught how to feel them safely. And so we run, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades. But the truth is this: no matter how far you run, you are always taking yourself with you. The parts of you that are hurting, the wounds that haven't closed, the fears that haven't been named, the child in you that still feels unseen. They travel quietly beside you, not to punish you, but to wait for the moment you stop, the moment you are ready to turn around, to finally sit with what you have been running from. Buddhism does not offer escape. It offers presence. It does not say, don't feel. It says, feel everything, with awareness, with compassion, with breath. Because healing is not found in avoidance. Healing is found in the willingness to stay, to remain, to sit with yourself in the fire of discomfort and whisper, I will not abandon you. This is where true healing begins. It begins when you are no longer afraid of your own inner world, when you stop needing to mask your sadness and instead cradle it like a child in your arms, when you stop numbing your anger and start listening to what it's trying to protect, when you stop ignoring your loneliness and instead ask, what do you long for most? It begins when you realize that emotions are not enemies. They are messages, not problems to be fixed, but signals to be honored. Most people believe healing happens when the pain goes away, but pain is not the opposite of healing. Pain is often the doorway to it. The moment you allow yourself to feel, to really feel, is the moment your soul exhales, because it has been waiting, waiting for your permission, waiting for your attention, waiting for your loving return. You don't need to have all the answers to begin healing. You don't need to understand every detail of your trauma or explain your grief perfectly. You just need to be willing to be with what is real, right now. The tension in your shoulders, the tears that keep coming when you're alone, the ache that lingers in your chest when you think about the past. These are not signs of brokenness. They are signs of life, of feeling, of truth trying to surface after being buried. Buddhist practice teaches us to sit with ourselves exactly as we are, to create a safe, still space within where all parts of us are welcome. The joyful parts, the confused parts, the jealous parts, the wounded parts, the kind parts, the ashamed parts, none are rejected, all are embraced. Not to encourage them to stay forever, but to give them what they were always asking for: acknowledgement, respect, space to be. When you create this internal space, something powerful begins to unfold. You no longer need the world to constantly validate your worth. You no longer need to control every outcome to feel safe. You stop reacting from your wounds and start responding from awareness. You become softer, not weaker, softer, and in that softness, there is a strength more powerful than any armor you've ever worn. Healing is not a straight line. It is not a checklist. It is a spiral. You may revisit the same wound again and again, but each time you meet it from a deeper place, a more grounded self, a more open heart. You realize that healing is not about getting over it, it's about growing through it, integrating it, learning from it, and ultimately transforming it into wisdom. And you begin to see your past differently. You stop blaming yourself for what you didn't know then. You stop shaming yourself for how you coped. You realize that survival is not failure, that avoidance was once your only protection, that the things you now want to heal were once the very things that kept you safe. And in that realization, compassion blooms. You become your own healer, your own witness, your own refuge. In Buddhist tradition, there is a practice known as embracing the suffering. It is not about indulging in sadness or wallowing in pain. It is about recognizing that suffering is a part of the human condition and turning toward it with mindfulness instead of fear. When you do this, suffering loses its grip. You no longer carry it like a burden. You walk beside it like a companion, and slowly, gently, it begins to dissolve, not because you forced it away, but because you met it with love. Healing also means setting yourself free from the belief that your pain defines you. You are not your trauma. You are not your anxiety. You are not the mistakes you've made or the things that were done to you. You are not your past. You are the space that holds all of it, the awareness behind it, the breath that continues even when your world feels shattered. And this awareness is unbreakable, untouchable. It is the part of you that was never harmed, never abandoned, never afraid. And when you connect with that part, when you sit in its stillness, even for a moment, you begin to remember who you truly are beneath it all. You remember that you are more than your scars. You are more than your stories. You are a living, breathing embodiment of resilience, of presence, of the sacred unfolding of life itself. So if today you feel lost in your pain, stop running, just for a moment. Sit with yourself. Place your hand on your heart. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly, and whisper the words you've needed to hear for so long. I am here. I am listening. I will not abandon myself again. And let that be enough for now, because that is where the healing begins. Not in perfection, not in quick fixes, not in pretending you're okay, but in the quiet, courageous decision to feel again, to return to your breath, to stay with your heart, to trust that what hurts can also teach, and to believe deeply, gently, patiently, that healing is not a place you arrive at someday. It is something that happens every time you stop running from yourself and finally come home. The wisdom was always inside you. You just forgot how to listen. There is a quiet intelligence within you. It does not shout. It does not demand. It does not live in the noise of the world, nor in the constant thinking of the mind. This wisdom lives in the pauses, in the deep silence between your thoughts, in the moments when everything goes still and your heart whispers what your mind has been too loud to hear. This wisdom is not something you gain from outside. It is not earned through books, achievements, or titles. It was always there, before the world told you who you should be, before the voices of others became louder than your own. But over time, you began to forget. You forgot because you were taught to look outward. You were taught to seek answers from people who seemed more experienced, more confident, more successful. You were taught that authority lies outside of you, in systems, in experts, in traditions, in roles. You were taught to follow the rules, to ignore your gut, to silence your feelings. You were taught that if you didn't conform, you would fail, that if you didn't meet expectations, you would be left behind. So like all of us, you began to override your inner voice. You began to doubt your intuition. You began to second-guess the gentle knowing that arose from within. You forgot how to listen. But Buddhism teaches us that all true awakening is a return, not a becoming, but an uncovering. The wisdom you are seeking is not in the next method, the next teaching, the next spiritual figure. It is not waiting in some distant future when you've figured it all out. It is already here, buried under layers of noise, fear, conditioning, and self-doubt. And the path to it is not paved with striving. It is walked with stillness. Learning to listen again is one of the most sacred practices you can offer yourself. Because listening, true, present, open listening, is not passive. It is powerful. It is the art of tuning in to something deeper than thought. It requires humility, patience, and trust. It asks you to slow down, to soften, to get quiet enough that you can hear the subtle movements of your soul. You begin to listen to your body, not to control it, but to understand it. You notice when tension rises in your shoulders, when your breath becomes shallow, when fatigue settles in, and instead of pushing through, you pause. You ask, what is my body trying to tell me right now? Maybe it's saying you need rest. Maybe it's saying you've been holding something in. Maybe it's saying you've been pretending for too long. You begin to treat your body not as a machine to be optimized, but as a wise messenger to be honored. You begin to listen to your emotions, not to be ruled by them, but to be guided by them. You stop labeling certain feelings as bad or weak. You allow your sadness to speak without rushing it away. You allow your anger to rise without judging yourself for feeling it. You allow your joy to expand without questioning whether you deserve it. Every emotion becomes a teacher. Every wave becomes an invitation to return home to your truth. You begin to listen to your silence, not as an absence of something, but as the presence of everything. In silence, the world stops telling you who to be. You are no longer shaped by external noise. You are no longer swayed by other people's opinions. You are no longer trying to impress, to compete, to perform. You are just here, with yourself, with your breath, with what is real. This is where the ancient wisdom lives. Not in your intellect, but in your being. Not in your plans, but in your presence. Not in your resistance, but in your surrender. And the more you return to this space, the more you realize that you always knew what was right for you. You just stopped trusting it. You always knew when something didn't feel aligned. You always knew when a yes should have been a no. You always knew when a relationship was draining your spirit. You always knew when your energy was out of balance. But somewhere along the way, you stopped listening. You let doubt creep in. You let fear take the wheel. You let outside voices override your inner compass. The good news is you can return, right now, in this moment. You can close your eyes, breathe deeply, and ask yourself, what do I know that I've been ignoring? And if you're honest, if you're brave, you will hear it. Maybe softly at first, maybe just a whisper, but it will be there. And when you hear it, you honor it. Even if it scares you, even if it asks you to change, even if it means letting go of what's familiar. Because once you hear your inner wisdom again, it becomes unbearable to live out of alignment with it. You can no longer betray yourself and feel okay. You can no longer say yes when your soul is screaming no. You can no longer abandon your truth to keep the peace. You are no longer willing to live as a stranger to yourself. This is the shift. This is awakening. Not dramatic, not grand, just honest, just real, just a deep bow to your own inner knowing. And when you begin to trust it, everything changes. Decisions become clearer, relationships become more authentic, boundaries become easier to uphold. You stop asking everyone else what you should do. You stop outsourcing your self-worth. You begin to live from the inside out. You stop needing the world to agree with you. You stop needing to justify your choices. You stop needing to explain your healing, because you are no longer seeking permission to be yourself. You are listening to the only voice that ever truly mattered, your own, and you begin to live a different kind of life. Not perfect, not always easy, but aligned, peaceful, honest, free. Buddhist practice is not about becoming enlightened in some faraway future. It's about waking up to the truth that is already here. It's about seeing clearly what has always been present. It's about removing the dust from the mirror, not building a new mirror altogether. You are not becoming something new. You are remembering what you forgot in the noise of the world. And as you remember, you begin to walk through life differently. You no longer chase meaning. You create it. You no longer fear solitude. You cherish it. You no longer hide your voice. You speak from the soul. You no longer run from yourself. You sit beside yourself like a friend, like a lover, like a teacher and a student all in one. So if you feel lost, let that be the sign, not that you are failing, but that you are finally ready to listen again. Not to the noise, not to the doubt, but to the quiet wisdom that has always lived inside your breath. The voice that says, I never left you, I've just been waiting for you to return. And when you do, when you pause, when you soften, when you listen, you will know you were never broken, you were never behind, you were never alone. You simply forgot how to hear your own truth. And now, you remember. The moment you let go of control, life begins to breathe again. Control. We chase it without even realizing. We dress it in different names: stability, structure, responsibility, achievement. But underneath, it's the same fragile thread. A quiet fear that if we do not hold everything together, everything will fall apart. We plan every detail. We calculate every step. We try to protect ourselves from every disappointment. And when something slips beyond our grip, when someone leaves, when a plan fails, when the future does not unfold as expected, we don't just lose our calm, we begin to lose our sense of self, because control for so long became our identity. But Buddhism teaches something radical, something both terrifying and liberating. The more tightly you try to control life, the more you suffer. Not because planning is wrong, not because responsibility is meaningless, but because trying to control what is inherently uncontrollable is like trying to catch the wind in your hands. You only exhaust yourself, and you miss the beauty of the breeze as it moves past you. Control is rooted in fear, the fear of uncertainty, the fear of loss, the fear of not being enough if things don't go as planned. And fear whispers in your ear, telling you that if you can just manage everything, your emotions, your image, other people's opinions, your future, then you'll be safe. Then you'll finally feel okay. But that's a lie the ego repeats to protect itself. A lie that turns your life into a constant battle of management, monitoring, manipulating, maintaining, and in the process, something begins to die. your aliveness, your spontaneity, your ability to trust, your ability to breathe without clenching. The irony is that in trying to control everything, you lose what matters most: peace, joy, flow, connection. You might keep things in order, but at what cost? At the cost of constantly being anxious, at the cost of never feeling fully present, at the cost of not allowing others to truly be themselves because you fear what might happen if they don't act according to your script, at the cost of being so consumed with what's next that you miss what is here now. So what does it mean to let go of control? Letting go does not mean carelessness. It does not mean indifference. It does not mean you stop trying, stop dreaming, stop showing up with responsibility. It means that you learn to soften your grip. You learn to trust the intelligence of life as much as you trust your own decisions. You realize that you are not the puppet master of the universe, and that's okay. You begin to understand that letting go is not passive. It's courageous. It's choosing to meet each moment as it is, not how your mind insists it must be. Letting go begins with the breath. The inhale, often unconscious, tightens. The exhale, often resisted, releases. Learning to exhale fully is the first step in trusting life. It is the body's way of saying, I don't need to hold it all together anymore. I can let go now. I can rest. In meditation, we practice this again and again, watching the mind try to control thoughts and gently returning to the breath, watching the desire to fix, to achieve, to label, to grasp, and gently softening into awareness. It's not about forcing stillness. It's about allowing stillness to find you when you stop interfering. That's the real miracle. When you stop doing so much, you start being. And in that being, you begin to feel the deep undercurrent of trust that exists beneath all the fear. Letting go of control also means allowing emotions to come and go without attaching to them. You stop trying to suppress sadness, to escape anxiety, to avoid discomfort. You let the waves rise and fall, knowing that they are not permanent, knowing that you are not drowning. You are learning to float. Every emotion, no matter how intense, passes through if you allow it. But the more you resist it, the more it lingers. The more you try to control how you feel, the more disconnected you become from how you actually feel. You also begin to let go of the need to control people. You stop trying to change others to match your ideals. You stop micromanaging their choices, their responses, their paths. You realize that love without freedom is not love. It's possession. That support without respect is not care. It's fear in disguise. You trust others enough to walk their own journeys, even if those journeys don't look like yours. And in doing so, you free yourself from the exhausting burden of responsibility that was never yours to carry. Letting go of control does not mean letting go of your values. It means acting from them, not forcing others to live by them. It means showing up with integrity, but allowing life to unfold without needing to script every scene. It means doing your best and releasing the rest. It means speaking your truth and then surrendering the outcome. It means holding your goals with open hands, not clenched fists. When you begin to trust the flow of life, something remarkable happens. You become more peaceful. Not because life gets easier, but because you stop fighting it. You become more spontaneous, not reckless, but responsive. You begin to hear your intuition more clearly, not because you have more answers, but because you've created space for inner knowing to speak. You begin to notice the beauty you once rushed past. You laugh more easily, you cry more freely, you connect more deeply. The path of letting go is not a one-time decision. It's a daily practice. Some days your grip will tighten again. Some days fear will creep back in. That's okay. The key is to notice, to gently bring yourself back, to return to your breath, to remind yourself, I don't have to control everything. I just have to meet this moment with presence. and slowly you begin to see the deeper truth. The universe was never working against you. Life was never your enemy. It was only your fear of surrender that created the tension. Once you soften, once you allow, once you trust, life breathes again. You breathe again. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to know every step. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to let go of the belief that you are the only one who must hold it all. You are not alone. The same intelligence that makes the sun rise, the same rhythm that moves the oceans, the same stillness that beats within a monk in meditation, that same presence lives in you. You are not the controller of life. You are the participant of its dance. You are the witness of its unfolding. You are the expression of its mystery. And when you finally release your grip, when you trust that you don't need to force the river, you float. Not aimlessly, but with grace. You are carried. You are held. You are free. And in that freedom, life begins to breathe through you again, not as something to fear or conquer, but as something to experience, moment by moment, with wonder, with awareness, with love. Peace is not found in a perfect life. It's found in a perfectly held moment. There is a quiet illusion that haunts many lives, the belief that peace lies somewhere out there, waiting just beyond the next achievement, the next solution, the next improvement. It hides behind the words when and then. When I get the job, then I'll feel secure. When the relationship is right, then I'll feel loved. When my past no longer hurts, then I'll feel free. When I fix myself, when I change enough, when I finally become who I'm supposed to be, then and only then will I feel peace. This subtle belief follows us like a shadow, whispering that peace is something we must chase, earn, or find in some future version of ourselves or our lives. But Buddhism teaches us something utterly different. Peace is not a place you reach, it is a space you create. It is not hiding behind perfection, but blooming quietly within the imperfections of now. It is not in the future, it is in this moment, and your ability to hold it with tenderness, no matter how incomplete it may feel. From a young age, we are conditioned to believe that peace and happiness are outcomes, rewards for having done things the right way, for having conquered struggle, for having mastered life's lessons. We are taught that if we just keep going, keep achieving, keep controlling, we'll arrive somewhere that finally feels like rest. So we strive, we overthink, we overextend, we edit ourselves in every room, mold ourselves into what others need, and suppress what we truly feel, hoping that the world will give us the peace we're craving in return. But the peace we long for never quite arrives, or if it does, it doesn't stay. It slips through our fingers, or fades quickly, because it was never rooted in presence. It was rooted in performance. And anything born from the need to prove ourselves will always be fragile, always fleeting, always hungry for more. The Buddha taught that suffering comes not from life's events, but from our resistance to them. Peace, then, is not the absence of difficulty, but the absence of resistance. It is the willingness to meet life exactly as it is, without needing to escape, control, or perfect it. It is the ability to sit with the discomfort, to breathe with the unknown, to open your heart to the chaos without losing your center. Peace is not a gift the world gives you when everything aligns. It is a decision you make again and again to soften into the now, to stop waiting for something else to begin living fully, to stop postponing your breath until things make sense, to stop believing that your life must be spotless before your soul can rest. And here lies the paradox. The moment you stop chasing peace is the moment you begin to feel it. Not in the big, dramatic ways you imagined, but in the smallest, subtlest moments that were always waiting to be noticed. In the sound of your breath when you're not rushing, in the way the sunlight touches the wall when no one's watching, in the way you can sit quietly and let the tears fall without shame, in the way you can eat a simple meal and taste every bite, in the way you can feel your feet on the ground and remember you're safe. These are the places where peace lives, not in perfection, but in presence, not in control, but in surrender, not in the destination, but in the tenderness with which you meet this very moment. To live this way is to retrain the mind, which is always pulling you forward or backward. The mind says, fix this, solve that, hurry up, do more, be better. It believes peace is somewhere else, where the past is healed, where the future is certain. But the soul knows better. The soul speaks only in the language of now. It speaks through silence, through sensation, through the feeling of enoughness that blooms when you stop trying to be anything but yourself. And the more you learn to dwell in the soul's language, the more peace you begin to feel. Not because life becomes easier, but because you are no longer adding unnecessary layers of struggle to what is already hard. You stop needing to analyze every moment. You stop needing to judge every feeling. You stop needing to have an opinion about everything. You simply begin to live, fully, deeply, mindfully. And in that mindful living, peace begins to arise, not as something you find, but as something you become. Because peace is not a destination, it is a relationship with the present moment, a relationship with your breath, your body, your awareness, a relationship with what is real, not what is imagined. Peace does not require silence in the world, only stillness in the heart. It does not mean life stops moving, people stop hurting you, or challenges disappear. It means you meet all of it with a new kind of attention. You meet noise with calm. You meet conflict with breath. You meet loss with softness. You meet every twist and turn with the deep inner knowing that you are no longer at war with life. You are no longer resisting what is. You are allowing. You are participating. You are present. And from this space of deep presence, you begin to reclaim your power, not the power to control outcomes, but the power to choose your response. The power to remain rooted when the winds of change blow hard. The power to rest even when the world demands you stay busy. The power to say, this moment is enough, even when it's messy, uncertain, or incomplete. This is real strength. This is the kind of peace that cannot be taken from you because it does not come from outside. The world may still be loud, people may still misunderstand you, plans may still fall apart, but you will have learned how to stay soft in the middle of it all. You will have learned how to breathe in the chaos, how to hold your own hand, how to come home to yourself no matter where life takes you. You will have stopped waiting for things to be perfect, and in doing so, you will have finally arrived at the one thing that was missing all along, yourself. You see, peace is not about changing your life. It's about changing your relationship to it. It's about choosing to be fully alive in every chapter, not just the ones that feel good. It's about seeing beauty in imperfection, finding rest in the ordinary, and remembering that your worth does not rise or fall with your productivity, your appearance, or your performance. Your worth is stable, your soul is sacred, your presence is enough, right now, as it is. And when you begin to live this truth, not just understand it intellectually, but embody it, you begin to move through the world differently. You speak more gently, you judge less, you rush less, you listen more, you find joy in simplicity, you find strength in softness, you find clarity in silence, you become less reactive and more responsive, less desperate and more trusting, less afraid and more open, and the more you live this way, the more you inspire others to do the same, not by preaching, but by simply being, by being a living example of what it looks like to choose presence over perfection, breath over burnout, and compassion over criticism. Peace in the Buddhist path is not the absence of suffering, it is the presence of wisdom. The wisdom that nothing needs to be added to this moment for it to be complete. The wisdom that pain is not the enemy, it is a teacher. The wisdom that life, even in its rawest and roughest form, is still sacred. The wisdom that you are allowed to rest, even when things are not resolved. The wisdom that what you seek is not far away, It is waiting in your next inhale, in your next mindful glance, in your next act of radical self-acceptance. So pause, close your eyes, feel the weight of your body, feel the rhythm of your breath. Let the moment hold you. Let the moment be enough. Let yourself be enough. And know deeply, fully, unquestionably, that the peace you have been searching for is not in fixing your life. It is in allowing yourself to experience this life as it is, held with grace, with courage, and with love. This is the moment. This is the breath. This is the peace. You are home. The quiet power of simply being. You don't always need to improve. Sometimes you just need to exist. There is an invisible pressure that surrounds us almost from the moment we are born. It is not spoken outright, but it is felt in the glances of others, in the expectations placed upon us, in the endless comparisons and standards that swirl through our environments. It tells us again and again, in subtle and overt ways, that we are a project to be fixed, a problem to be solved, a being not yet good enough. From our earliest days, we are molded by the idea that we must always be improving our bodies, our minds, our productivity, our personalities. Be thinner, be stronger, be more successful, be more spiritual, be more disciplined, be more confident, be more likable. And so, many of us grow into adults who do not know how to rest in ourselves without a plan to change something. We do not know how to sit with our own existence without evaluating it. We do not know how to just be. But Buddhism teaches us that the most sacred practice is not to endlessly chase better versions of yourself. It is to return, again and again, to the one who has been quietly watching all along, the one who simply exists beneath the noise, the one who does not strive, the one who is not broken, not lacking, not in need of constant fixing, the self that simply is. It is not that growth is bad or that healing is unnecessary. We live in a world that wounds, and healing is vital. We carry traumas, and understanding them matters. We make mistakes, and growth humbles us. But the poison comes when our pursuit of growth becomes just another form of rejection, when we do not grow out of love, but out of shame, when we believe we must become someone else to be worthy of peace, when every moment of stillness feels like a failure, when every breath is weighted by a voice that says, "You should be doing more." There is a kind of self-improvement that is actually self-abandonment in disguise. There is a kind of healing that becomes a performance. There is a kind of discipline that is just fear wearing a mask. And if we are not careful, we can spend our entire lives climbing ladders that go nowhere, meditating not to find peace, but to silence our pain prematurely, achieving not because it fulfills us, but because we are terrified of what stillness might reveal. But what if your existence did not need to be constantly upgraded to matter? What if you allowed yourself, even for one sacred moment, to stop improving, to stop editing yourself, to stop trying so hard to be better, and instead gently allow yourself to just be with all your mess, your tenderness, your confusion, your hope, your fatigue, your longing? What if peace was never waiting at the end of your transformation, but hidden beneath your exhaustion, whispering, "You don't have to prove anything right now, just breathe, just rest, just be"? In the Buddhist tradition, there is a quiet reverence for the art of being, not being lazy, not being passive, but being fully present, being alive without rushing toward a future, being attentive without analyzing, being grounded in your breath, your body, your inner space, without the need to decorate or justify it. In meditation, we learn to watch the mind, its endless to-do lists, its constant commentary, its fantasies and fears, and instead of fixing it, we learn to sit beside it like a kind friend. We watch the chaos, and we do not judge. We notice the restlessness, and we do not react. We feel the urge to change something, and we soften into that urge without obeying it. In this practice, something beautiful begins to happen. The layers of conditioning that convinced us we are only as valuable as our progress begin to dissolve. The silence beneath our striving begins to speak. The breath begins to feel like a home, not a task. And we realize that the truest kind of power is not found in becoming, it is found in being. This kind of being does not look dramatic, it does not perform for applause, it does not require spiritual perfection. It is humble, it is ordinary, it is the kind of presence that sits on the floor with a cup of tea and watches the rain without needing to narrate it. It is the kind of presence that looks in the mirror and says, "I see you," without following it with a critique. It is the kind of presence that lets yourself cry without analyzing why, that lets yourself laugh without needing a reason, that walks slowly without apologizing, that exists without needing a label. You see, we have confused effort with worth. We have confused movement with progress. We have confused growth with identity. But the tree does not become more valuable because it grows taller. It was already sacred as a seed. The river does not need to reach the ocean to have meaning. It is already complete in every ripple. And you do not need to become someone else to be whole. You were whole when you arrived. You will be whole when you leave. Everything in between is just remembering. Of course, growth will still happen. Of course, you will still make choices, shift patterns, heal wounds, evolve with experience. But it will no longer be from a place of urgency. It will no longer be from the desperate belief that you are not enough. It will be organic, gentle, integrated. It will rise like the sun, not explode like a firework. It will feel like coming home, not like running from yourself. And most importantly, it will be rooted in love. There is a quote in Zen, "When I was young, I wanted to change the world. When I grew wise, I realized I only needed to sit with myself." This sitting is not inaction. It is the deepest kind of action, a revolution of softness in a world that demands performance. When you sit with yourself without trying to fix anything, you are doing the brave work of loving what was once unloved. You are tending to the parts of yourself that were always asked to be quieter, smaller, better. You are saying, "You don't need to do anything today. You don't need to become anything today. You just need to be, and I will be here with you." And when you live this way, you begin to see others differently too. You no longer admire only the productive, the polished, the successful. You begin to revere the kind, the real, the quietly grounded. You begin to notice the sacredness in people who are not trying to impress you. You begin to listen more, judge less. You begin to offer others the same space you have finally offered yourself, the space to just be. There is no final version of you waiting to be unlocked like a level in a game. There is no final product. There is only the ongoing, unfolding presence of this breath, this heartbeat, this moment. The more you try to arrive, the more you miss where you already are, and where you are is rich, complex, enough. You do not need to add anything right now. You do not need to subtract anything right now. You can sit here, imperfect, in process, tender, alive, and let that be your practice. Let that be your peace. Because sometimes the most radical thing you can do in this world is not to hustle, not to change, not to upgrade, but to stop, to breathe, to exist unapologetically in your skin and say, "This is me right now. I am not improving. I am not performing. I am simply being, and that is more than enough." Stop searching for the moment. This is the moment. It begins so subtly that we don't even notice it happening. One day, somewhere in the background of our minds, a quiet narrative takes root. It says, "This isn't it." Whatever we're doing, wherever we are, whoever we're with, there's an invisible feeling that something more real is just ahead. So we keep going, we keep reaching. We move through life, not fully here, not fully now, but always stretching forward toward some imagined peak where everything finally clicks into place. That moment when we'll finally feel alive. The moment we'll finally feel enough. The moment when everything will make sense. The mind paints that moment in such vivid color that the present moment pales beside it. It becomes something to tolerate, to get through, something merely in the way of the real life that's supposedly just beyond the horizon. And so we wait. Even when we don't realize we're waiting, we are waiting for the better job, the more peaceful morning, the ideal partner, the perfect health, the spiritual breakthrough, the time when we're finally not tired, not hurting, not overwhelmed. But in the process of waiting for that someday, we miss the one and only thing that is ever truly real. This moment, right here, right now. In Buddhism, we are taught that all suffering begins with separation from the present. The mind, in its restlessness, is rarely where the body is. The body is brushing its teeth, walking down the street, folding the laundry, but the mind is somewhere else entirely. It's remembering, anticipating, daydreaming, regretting. It's building narratives, crafting worries, editing conversations that haven't happened, replaying those that already did. And yet, despite how much we believe in those mental tapes, they are all just illusions. None of them actually exist in the only place where your life is unfolding. The now. This moment, the one you are in while reading these words, is the only place you will ever find your breath. The only place your heart actually beats. The only place you can truly touch peace. And yet it is the very place we overlook in our obsession with the next. The next chapter. The next version of ourselves. The next sign. The next phase. We've been taught to treat the present like a stepping stone, not a home. We use it. We don't savor it. We survive it, always with one foot already in a future that doesn't exist. But the great paradox is that the moment we stop searching for the moment is when we begin to experience it. When we stop treating the present as a problem to solve and instead greet it as a friend to sit beside, something quiet begins to shift. The ordinary becomes luminous. The breath becomes sacred. The silence stops being a void and becomes a full presence. Life, as it is, without needing to become anything else, becomes enough. This moment is not waiting to be upgraded. It is waiting to be seen, not with your mind, but with your presence. Not with judgment, but with gentle awareness. Not with the expectation that it should make you happy, but with the acceptance that it already contains everything you need for peace. You don't need better circumstances to be awake. You just need to stop abandoning the moment you're in. In Buddhist practice, the most fundamental teaching is mindfulness, not as a technique, but as a way of living. To be mindful is to fully arrive, to drink your tea without reaching for your phone, to walk without needing to rush to the destination, to listen to someone without mentally preparing your response, to breathe without trying to deepen or manipulate the breath, just feeling it as it is. Mindfulness is not a performance. It's not even a practice you do. It's who you are when you stop trying to be somewhere else. And when you live this way, not occasionally, not just during meditation, but as a habit of being, you begin to reclaim your life from the grip of mental time travel. You begin to see that the moment is never lacking, that even in discomfort, the moment can hold you, that even in sadness, the moment is spacious enough, that even in fear, the moment is still a place you can anchor in. This is not spiritual bypassing. This is not pretending the moment is perfect. It is not saying you shouldn't have goals, plans, or pain. It's saying that your life doesn't begin after you solve everything. It's already happening now, right now. And to keep waiting for something more is to reject the one thing that's real. The more present you become, the more you begin to notice the small miracles that were always there. The way the wind brushes your skin, the warmth of the sun on your face, the sound of birds in the early morning, the texture of soap on your hands, the fullness of a quiet moment where you're not required to be anything for anyone. These are the details we lose when we are elsewhere. And these are the very details that make life rich, not in grand events, but in these subtle waves of presence that return you to yourself. You also begin to experience relationships differently. When you are not waiting for someone to become something for you, you are free to truly see them. When you are not filling the silence with rehearsed words or hidden motives, you can actually listen. When you are not projecting your past or rushing toward your future, you can hold space for another human being without needing them to be anything other than what they are. And in that space, deeper love is possible, not because you worked harder for it, but because you finally showed up for it, fully, openly, now. The moment is also where healing happens, not in theory, but in the lived practice of returning again and again to what is real. Pain lives in the body, and the body exists only in the now. So if you are not present, you cannot heal, not truly. You might understand your wounds intellectually. You might have analyzed your trauma 100 times. But if you're not in your body, if you're not in the breath, you're not in the place where the wound lives, and therefore not in the place where it can be held. Healing doesn't require years of searching. It requires your presence now. This is the moment. Not after you understand everything, not after you feel ready, not after your circumstances change. Now, this is also the moment for rest, the moment to stop running, to stop resisting what is, to stop searching for another version of yourself and instead sit quietly beside the one who is already here. Even in their tiredness, even in their uncertainty, even in their vulnerability, because this version of you is not a placeholder. This version of you is sacred. This version of you is worthy of breath, of stillness, of love. And when you start honoring this moment, not as a stepping stone, not as a mistake, not as something in the way, but as your life, you stop waiting to live. And you start living. Now, always, now. The strength you're looking for is already within you, but you must stop looking elsewhere to find it. There comes a point in every sincere journey inward when you realize that what you've been searching for outside you, through books, teachers, status, relationships, control, even healing rituals, was never missing. It was never something you lacked. It was simply something you were distracted from. We live in a world that teaches us to look outward for strength. From the time we are children, we are told to find examples, role models, mentors. We are taught to absorb information, to listen to instructions, to look for guidance, to follow systems. This can be helpful, even necessary, but slowly, subtly, it conditions us to believe that wisdom, resilience, and power are always something we must receive from someone else or somewhere else, that we are empty until someone fills us, that we are weak until someone trains us, that we are helpless until someone saves us. And because we don't remember our own sacredness, we believe it, and so we search. We try to become like the people we admire. We chase knowledge, seeking to build an identity out of facts and techniques. We cling to ideas, to philosophies, to rituals, hoping they will unlock the secret formula to make us strong, to make us peaceful, to make us whole. We attach our sense of self to spiritual titles, to intellectual understanding, to emotional achievements, to outer appearances of calm. But beneath it all, there is still a quiet fear. What if we're faking it? What if we're still not strong enough? What if it all comes crashing down? Because deep down, we're still outsourcing our strength. We're still placing our center of gravity in something external, something that can be taken away, something that might fail. But Buddhism does not ask you to add more strength to yourself. It asks you to uncover the strength that has always been there. It is not a path of accumulation, it is a path of remembrance. The strength that you seek, the ability to remain calm in chaos, to stay present in discomfort, to trust in uncertainty, to love through pain, to be yourself without apology, that strength is already within you. It has always been within you, but you have been taught to ignore it, conditioned to doubt it, distracted away from it. That strength does not roar. It does not compete. It does not demand recognition. It is not found in aggression, in pride, or in relentless hustle. It lives in stillness, It breathes beneath your insecurities. It watches from the quiet behind your thoughts, and it is only revealed when you stop trying to be impressive and start being real. Real strength, in the Buddhist tradition, is not the ability to dominate others or to bend life to your will. It is the capacity to remain unshaken in the face of change, to stay soft in the face of cruelty, to keep your heart open when it would be easier to shut down, to meet your emotions without drowning in them, to carry pain without becoming bitter, to move through fear without letting it decide who you become. This kind of strength is not loud. It does not always look like confidence. Sometimes it looks like trembling hands that keep showing up anyway. Sometimes it looks like crying without shame. Sometimes it looks like taking a single conscious breath instead of lashing out. Sometimes it looks like not doing anything at all, just sitting, just feeling, just being. To find this strength, you must be willing to stop pretending. You must be willing to stop proving. You must be willing to stop performing strength and start practicing honesty. The path is not always glorious. It does not always look graceful. Sometimes it is messy. Sometimes it is quiet. Sometimes it is lonely. But it is always real. And in that realness, something sacred begins to rise. You begin to trust yourself, not as a concept, but as a living presence. You begin to see that strength is not something you become, it's something you remember. The strength to sit with yourself without distraction. The strength to feel deeply without collapsing. The strength to rest when the world tells you to grind. The strength to let go of what no longer serves, even when it hurts. The strength to speak your truth gently. The strength to walk away from what harms you. The strength to begin again and again and again. These are the quiet acts of spiritual courage that go unseen by the world, but they are the foundation of true inner power, and they cannot be given to you by anyone else. They must be cultivated within, slowly, patiently, lovingly, by turning inward instead of outward, by staying with the breath instead of seeking distractions, by choosing presence over performance, again and again in every small moment. And yes, there will be days when you forget, days when you look outside yourself again, days when you chase validation, cling to opinions, try to force control. That's okay. That's part of the path. But the more you return to yourself, the more you sit in your body, in your breath, in your quiet knowing, the more you will come to trust that you are already whole, that you don't need to be louder to be heard, that you don't need to be stronger to be worthy, that you don't need to be fearless to be brave. There is a Zen teaching that says, the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. Strength is not rigidity, it is flexibility. It is the ability to move with life instead of against it. It is the ability to bend without breaking, to feel deeply without losing your way, to be wounded and still choose to love again. This kind of strength is not given by teachers. It is not created by techniques. It is revealed through surrender, through presence, through simplicity. So if you are looking for strength, stop looking out there. Start listening in here. Sit down, breathe, feel your body. Not to fix it, not to change it, just to know it, just to return. Feel your breath, not to control it, just to be with it. Stay. Stay when it's boring. Stay when it's uncomfortable. Stay when you want to run. And slowly the layers will begin to fall away. The noise will begin to soften. And what will remain is not a stronger version of who you think you should be, but the truest version of who you've always been. You are not waiting to become powerful. You are remembering that you already are. Not because someone said so, not because you earned it, but because you are here, breathing, living, being. And that is enough. It always has been. The real journey is inward. You've traveled the world, but have you sat with yourself? There comes a time in every seeker's life when the outer path begins to lose its thrill, not because the world has nothing left to offer, but because what it offers no longer satisfies the deep thirst within. You can climb every mountain, touch the stars with your ambition, sit in every temple, cross continents in search of answers, and gather wisdom from countless teachers. But if you have not yet sat quietly, patiently, and honestly with yourself, you have not begun the real journey. The modern world is full of motion: airports, checklists, courses, books, experiences, timelines. You can travel the world in a matter of days, collect followers, accumulate titles, explore religions, rituals, languages, and still not know the sound of your own breath. You can meditate for years without ever arriving in the sacred stillness of your own being. You can chant, bow, fast, teach, serve, and still never meet yourself. The real journey, the one spoken about in the oldest teachings, is not about going out to gather more. It's about turning inward to dissolve the illusions that hide what is already here. It is not a journey of steps, but of stillness, not a journey of distance, but of depth, and it requires a courage far greater than the one needed to travel through forests or deserts or pilgrimages. It requires the kind of courage that is willing to sit with discomfort, that is willing to feel what is hidden, that is willing to question the beliefs you've built your life upon, that is willing to dismantle the masks you've worn for decades, that is willing to say, maybe I've been looking in the wrong place. This is not a path that offers trophies. No one will clap for your inner silence. There will be no visible proof of your awakening. You won't get a medal for sitting with your grief or navigating your fears without reacting. The ego will receive no applause here, and that's what makes it so powerful. It's yours alone, quiet, honest, real. And it happens not in a distant monastery, not in some dramatic, life-altering moment, but in the simplicity of presence, in the depth of one breath, in the courage to close your eyes and feel what's been waiting to be felt. For most of our lives, we are trained to look outward, to compare, to analyze, to build, to prove. We are taught to become something, to achieve, to grow in measurable ways. But the inward journey is not about becoming more. It is about becoming less, less distracted, less reactive, less consumed by roles, identities, noise. You begin to see that peace does not arrive when the world changes. It arrives when your relationship with the world changes, when your gaze softens, when your pace slows, when your attention returns from the stories in your head to the sensations in your body, when your awareness stops chasing the future and begins to feel the miracle of the present. This journey inward is not about escaping life. It's about finally entering it fully. You are no longer running. You are no longer numbing. You are no longer using productivity, noise, or busyness to hide from yourself. You sit, you breathe, you feel, you watch, and in doing so, you begin to rediscover something that never left you, only got buried beneath layers of fear and forgetting. You begin to feel yourself, not the self you show to others, not the self you were told to be, but the quiet, observing presence that has always been here. This presence does not need to be improved. It does not need to be fixed. It does not need validation or recognition. It just needs your attention, your willingness to stay, your patience, your love. And the more you stay, the more you begin to notice that the peace you sought through control, success, validation, or even spiritual performance was always inside you. Not in the mind's analysis, but in the body's wisdom. Not in the answer, but in the space between thoughts. Not in the next insight, but in the breath you're taking now. This inward path is not easy. You will encounter things you didn't know you carried. Old pain, buried emotions, shadows you avoided by staying distracted. But these are not obstacles. They are invitations. They are the doorway to freedom. Every fear you face, every memory you hold with compassion, every sensation you allow without judgment. These are the real practices, not because they are pleasant, but because they make you whole. Because they remind you that you are already whole, even in your messiness, even in your humanity. In Buddhist practice, we don't try to transcend the self. We learn to see it clearly, to sit with the mind and notice its patterns, to feel the emotions as they rise and fall like waves, to rest in the breath, not as a tool to manipulate, but as a bridge back to this very moment. You begin to learn the art of watching without reacting. You notice your stories, your fears, your judgments, and instead of obeying them, you bow to them, you honor them, you give them space, and slowly, gently, they begin to loosen their grip. And then, something even more sacred happens. You start to feel yourself soften, not in weakness, but in presence. You stop needing to be right all the time. You stop needing to win. You stop needing to hide. You stop needing to constantly fix or explain or prove. You start feeling safe in your own skin. You start feeling at home in your own silence. You stop trying to be someone and you start being. And in that being, you find freedom, not dramatic, not loud, but steady, real, enduring. You realize you are not your past, you are not your anxiety, you are not your roles, your mistakes, your labels. You are the space they arise in. You are the awareness behind them. You are the one watching, breathing, resting. And this realization cannot be taught to you. It must be experienced. It must be lived, not once, but every day, every breath, every moment you choose to turn inward instead of outward. Every time you choose stillness over reaction. Every time you choose to stay instead of escape. The inward path is not a one-time event. It is a lifetime commitment. It is a vow to return, again and again, to choose depth over distraction, to choose silence over noise, to choose truth over performance. And with every return, you come home more fully to yourself. You begin to trust the quiet voice within more than the loud voices outside. You begin to trust your intuition more than the world's expectations. You begin to live, not as a role, but as a presence. And when you do this, you bring a new kind of energy into the world. You are no longer adding to the noise. You are no longer seeking your worth from others. You are no longer trying to fix what was never broken. You become a space of calm, a space of presence, a reminder to others that they too can come home, that they too can sit with themselves, that they too can stop running. The world does not need more people who know how to talk about mindfulness. It needs more people who live from presence. It needs more people who have the courage to sit quietly, to feel deeply, to love truthfully. People who are not afraid of their own darkness. People who are not afraid of their own light. People who have walked the inward path, not to become perfect, but to become real. So if you are tired of searching, rest. If you are tired of becoming, just be. If you are tired of performing, sit down. Place your hand on your heart. Close your eyes, breathe, and remember, you are already home. You are not your thoughts, learning to witness the mind without being ruled by it. There is a quiet, yet deeply profound realization that can change the entire way you live, not by changing what's around you, but by transforming your relationship to what's within you. It is this: you are not your thoughts. You are not the voice in your head. You are not the endless stream of commentary, analysis, prediction, judgment, and memory that seems to narrate every moment of your life. You are not that voice, even though you may have believed it for years. And for most people, perhaps for most of their lives, this separation has never occurred to them, because the voice is so close, so persistent, so familiar, that it becomes mistaken for identity. The mind says something cruel or fearful or repetitive, and we assume it must be us. But in the teachings of Buddhism, mindfulness reveals something else, something radical. That voice is not you. You are the one hearing it. It's a simple shift in perspective, but it's also everything. Because once you realize you are not the thought, but the witness of it, you suddenly have space. You suddenly have choice. You no longer have to believe every thought you think. You no longer have to obey every mental command. You no longer have to be swept away by every fear, craving, comparison, or inner criticism that arises. Instead, you can sit quietly. You can observe. You can say, "Ah, there's a thought," without clinging to it, without resisting it, without becoming it. And in that moment of observation, you return to your real self. Not the self of concepts, stories, or labels, but the self that simply is, the self that sees, the self that breathes, the self that remains untouched by the drama unfolding in the mind. This insight is not theoretical. It's not something you need to understand intellectually. It's something you must experience. In meditation, when you begin to sit in silence and observe the movement of your thoughts without reacting, you will begin to see how relentless the mind can be. It chatters endlessly. It replays memories. It constructs hypothetical futures. It compares, it criticizes, it doubts, and yet, if you are watching it, then you cannot be it. That which is seen is not the seer. That which arises in your awareness is not your awareness itself. The mind is like a wild monkey jumping from branch to branch, craving stimulation, avoiding silence. But you are not the monkey. You are the sky in which the monkey moves. You are the space that remains, even when the thoughts vanish. Understanding this is the beginning of freedom. Most suffering does not come from life itself, but from the stories we tell ourselves about life. Something happens. Someone says something. A plan changes. A feeling arises. And the mind immediately creates a narrative. This shouldn't have happened. They don't respect me. I'm always failing. Nothing ever works out. These are not facts. They are thoughts. And they become suffering only when we believe them, when we identify with them, when we let them define who we are. But when we learn to pause, to witness, to breathe instead of react, we begin to see through the illusion. We begin to realize that thoughts are just clouds passing through the sky of our awareness. Some are light, some are heavy, some linger, some vanish quickly, but none of them are the sky. None of them are who you are. This doesn't mean we should fight our thoughts. In fact, trying to suppress or argue with the mind only gives it more power. The key is to develop a relationship of friendly distance, to see the mind as a tool, not a tyrant, as a companion, not a commander, to thank it for its input, but not allow it to dictate your sense of self or your decisions. This is what mindfulness teaches: to watch without attachment, to listen without being ruled, to be present without being consumed. Over time, as your awareness deepens, you will begin to see patterns in your thoughts. You will notice which thoughts arise from fear, from shame, from old conditioning. You will see how quickly the mind jumps to judgment, how it tries to control what it doesn't understand. And instead of reacting, you will begin to smile. Not because you approve of every thought, but because you understand that they are not you. They are passing guests. They do not define your value, your identity, or your truth. You will also begin to discover the space beneath thought, the still, quiet presence that remains when the mind slows down. This space is not empty. It is full of awareness, of peace, of clarity. It is where intuition arises. It is where true insight is born, not from thinking more, but from thinking less, from listening, from being, from opening to the moment without needing to analyze or control it. This space is your true home, and it is always available, always here. But it can only be accessed when you stop identifying with the mental noise and start resting in the awareness that hears it. This shift changes everything. It changes how you relate to emotions. You no longer see sadness or anger or anxiety as problems to be solved, but as waves that arise and fall in the ocean of awareness. You no longer try to resist them or escape them. You let them move through you, knowing they are not permanent, not personal. You hold them with compassion. You breathe with them. You become a safe space for your own inner world. And in that safety, healing begins. It also changes how you relate to others. When you are no longer identified with every thought, you become less reactive. You no longer need to defend every belief. You no longer take things so personally. You begin to listen more deeply. You begin to speak more truthfully. You begin to see that everyone is carrying a mind like yours, loud, fearful, busy, and you meet them with more patience, more softness, more understanding. You stop needing to be right. You start needing to be real. Most importantly, this realization reconnects you with your inner peace. Not the peace that comes from controlling everything, but the peace that comes from surrendering your identity as the thinker and resting in the awareness that simply is. This peace is not the absence of thought. It is the freedom from being ruled by thought. It is not something you must achieve. It is something you uncover again and again by remembering who you truly are. So if your mind is loud today, if it's full of doubt, judgment, fear, pause, close your eyes, breathe deeply, feel the ground beneath you, and gently whisper to yourself, "These are just thoughts. I do not need to believe them. I do not need to fight them. I only need to witness them." And then return to the breath, return to the body, return to the awareness behind it all, because that is where your true strength lives. Not in controlling the mind, but in remembering you are not it. The thoughts will keep coming. That's their nature. But you don't have to follow them. You don't have to chase them. You don't have to become them. You can simply watch. You can simply be. And in that being, in that witnessing, you will find a stillness that no thought can touch, a truth that no fear can shake, a freedom that no noise can take away. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who sees them, and that changes everything. Nothing lasts, and that's why everything matters. There is a truth so fundamental, so quietly powerful, that every tradition whispers it, every moment reveals it, and every breath affirms it. Nothing lasts. Not the joy you wish you could keep forever. Not the sorrow that seems like it will never end. Not the breath in your lungs. Not the thoughts in your mind. Not the people in your life. Not the stories you carry. Everything is changing. Always. Subtly. Relentlessly. And yet, instead of allowing this truth to soften us, we resist it. We build lives as though permanence is real. We make plans with the assumption that the future will unfold exactly as imagined. We hold on to moments, to people, to identities, hoping they will remain just as they are. And when they don't, when they inevitably shift, dissolve, pass, we grieve not just the loss itself, but the illusion that loss wasn't supposed to happen. That impermanence was a mistake. That life has somehow broken a promise it never made. But in Buddhism, impermanence is not a flaw in the design. It is the design. It is the heartbeat of reality. It is the source of both our suffering and our liberation, depending on how we relate to it. Because when we resist impermanence, when we cling, grasp, deny, or pretend, we suffer. We try to hold the unholdable. We try to fix the fluid. We try to freeze what was never meant to be still. But when we embrace impermanence, not just intellectually, but through direct, embodied awareness, we begin to experience the profound beauty of life as it actually is. Fragile, fleeting, precious beyond words. And in that awareness, everything begins to matter in a different way. You see, we tend to think that for something to matter, it must last. That permanence is what gives something value. But this is the illusion. It's not permanence that gives life meaning. It's impermanence. The flower matters because it will wilt. The sunrise matters because it will fade. The moment matters because it will pass. The breath matters because it will end. This person, this touch, this glance, this feeling. They matter because they are not guaranteed, because they are not yours to keep, because they are gifts, not possessions, because they are here and then gone. And that is why your presence is the greatest offering you can make to this moment, to yourself, to another. Impermanence teaches us to show up now, to love now, to forgive now, to say what needs to be said now, to pause and feel the wind on our face now, to listen fully now, to breathe consciously now, because later is not promised, tomorrow is not solid. The version of you reading these words will not exist in the same way tomorrow. Your thoughts will change, your cells will change, your emotions will shift. And this doesn't need to be frightening, it can be freeing, because it means that nothing is stuck. No wound is permanent, no fear is fixed, no story is final. Everything is open, everything is moving, everything can be met with grace. This is not to say that loss isn't painful. It is, deeply. We ache for what passes. We long for what once was. We carry grief in our bones. But grief is not the enemy. Grief is proof that we loved, that we showed up, that something touched us deeply. And when we meet grief with awareness, when we allow ourselves to feel it fully without clinging to what was, we discover a strange, beautiful paradox. Even in the face of loss, nothing is truly lost. The love remains. The lesson remains. The way it opened us, softened us, shaped us, that remains. It becomes part of us. It becomes part of the ever-changing river of who we are. Impermanence is also the great equalizer. No one escapes it. Not the wealthy, not the powerful, not the enlightened. Everything we build will crumble. Every form will dissolve. Every title will fade. And instead of despairing at this, we can bow to it. We can honor it. Because it means we are all in this together. It means there is no need to chase immortality in form. What matters is how we live now, how we love now, how we hold one another now, not as if we own each other, but as if we are meeting each other for the first and last time, because in a way we are. And perhaps the most liberating truth of all, if everything changes, then so can you. If nothing lasts, then neither does your pain, your shame, your fear, your confusion. The worst day of your life was impermanent. The version of yourself you couldn't stand was impermanent. The moment you thought would break you was impermanent. And this means you are not defined by what has happened. You are not bound by who you were. You are not stuck. You are flowing, becoming, breathing, evolving. The river never stops moving, and you are that river. So what does it mean to live with the awareness of impermanence? It means to stop waiting for the perfect conditions, to stop waiting for clarity, to stop waiting until you're healed, ready, fearless. It means to act now, not recklessly, but mindfully. It means to treasure the mundane, not because it is exciting, but because it is alive. It means to sit with your morning tea as if it were the last you will ever drink. It means to speak to your loved ones as if this moment were sacred, because it is. It means to stop numbing yourself with distractions, because this moment will never return. Living with impermanence also means forgiving more easily. Because when you realize that people are changing, growing, struggling just like you let go of the need to make them pay. You begin to understand that holding on to resentment is like holding your breath. It punishes you more than anyone else. You see that life is too short to stay hardened, too precious to stay cold. You realize that softness is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's knowing that we are all just passing through, and kindness is what makes the passage more bearable. Impermanence also teaches you to let go, not in bitterness, but in love. You begin to see that letting go is not the end, it is the continuation. It is the recognition that clinging will only cause suffering. It is the understanding that just as the tide must return to the sea, all things must return to where they came. And in letting go, you are not rejecting life. You are honoring its nature. You are bowing to what is instead of fighting for what was. And perhaps most importantly, impermanence invites you to make peace with yourself, with all your past versions, with all your unfinished chapters, with all your unhealed parts, because they too are impermanent, because even your pain is a wave that will pass, because even your confusion is a cloud that will dissolve, because you are not a fixed object, you are a process, a movement, a dance, and you can stop trying to arrive somewhere because you are already in motion. You can stop trying to be permanent because your beauty lies in your becoming. So breathe. Feel the moment passing. Feel your breath rise and fall. Feel the light shift on your skin. Feel the truth of change moving through you. And instead of resisting, bow to the impermanence. Not because it is easy, not because it is painless, but because it is real, and because in accepting what is real, you become real too. Stop trying to control everything. Let the river carry you back to peace. There is a deep ache within the human spirit, often unnoticed but constantly active, the ache for control. It is the quiet voice behind the planning, the perfectionism, the worry, the overthinking, the endless cycles of what if. It is the hidden source of so much suffering because we are trying to control something that was never meant to be controlled. Life, the flow of existence, the unfolding of events, of people, of feelings, of the world. And in this attempt to take the reins of the uncontrollable, we exhaust ourselves, we tighten our bodies, we tighten our minds, we tighten our hearts, and instead of living, we manage. We analyze, we brace ourselves, we push against the current, but no matter how hard we try, we cannot stop the river from flowing. And this resistance, this invisible battle we fight against what is, becomes the very thing that drowns us. Buddhism teaches us that suffering is born not from the nature of reality, but from our attachment to how we think reality should be. The river of life moves according to its own rhythm, sometimes gentle, sometimes wild, sometimes still, sometimes chaotic. But it never pauses to consult our preferences. It does not ask for permission. It does not apologize. It just flows. And when we try to fight it, when we try to force it to match our expectations, we suffer, because the river is not wrong, the storm is not wrong, the wind is not wrong. Our need for control is what creates the friction, our belief that we know better, our fear of letting go. We try to control outcomes because we are afraid of uncertainty. We try to control people because we are afraid of being hurt. We try to control our emotions because we are afraid of what they will reveal. But the more we grip, the more we lose touch with the present. We stop listening, we stop feeling. We live in our heads, in imagined futures, in rehearsed scenarios. And in doing so, we miss the only moment that is real. This one, this breath, this heartbeat, this sacred now. The truth is, the more you try to control, the more you suffer. Control is a burden. It isolates you. It creates tension, mistrust, and disconnection. And yet we carry it like a shield, believing it will protect us from pain. But it doesn't. It only protects us from living fully. It keeps us on edge. It makes us suspicious of life itself. It makes us forget how to trust, how to surrender, how to be held by something greater than our own will. There is a reason the great teachings speak of surrender, not as defeat, but as wisdom. Because surrender is not about giving up, it's about giving in. It's about recognizing that life has an intelligence far beyond our own. That the same force that moves the stars, that opens flowers, that births oceans and winds, is moving through us. And when we stop trying to micromanage every detail, when we stop clenching, we begin to feel that force again. We begin to return to harmony. We begin to move with the current, not against it. And in that movement, we find peace. Not the peace of perfect conditions, but the peace of inner stillness, despite the conditions. So what does it mean to let go of control? It means learning to trust, not blindly, not passively, but deeply. It means recognizing the limits of your mind and leaning into the vastness of presence. It means watching your thoughts without needing to believe them, watching your emotions without needing to fix them, watching life unfold without needing to manipulate it. It means allowing space, breathing space, space for things to be as they are, for people to be as they are, for yourself to be as you are. Letting go of control also means embracing vulnerability, because when you stop controlling, you start feeling. You start noticing the subtle beauty in uncertainty, the grace in not knowing, the aliveness in change. Yes, it can be scary. Yes, it requires courage. But beneath that fear is freedom. Because when you no longer have to hold everything together, you can finally rest. You can finally be. You can finally meet life not as a battlefield, but as a friend. This is not something that happens all at once. It's a practice, a returning. Every time you notice yourself clenching, planning, overthinking, you gently pause, you breathe, you soften. You ask, what am I trying to control? And then, what would happen if I let go? Not to abandon responsibility, but to release the illusion that you must manage it all. You begin to notice that some of the most beautiful things in your life happened not because you forced them, but because you allowed them, because you stayed open, because you let go of the outcome and chose to live with presence. Letting go also transforms how you relate to others. You stop needing people to act a certain way to feel safe. You stop trying to change them. You begin to love them as they are, not as projects, not as extensions of your needs, but as beings on their own journey. You listen more, you push less, you hold space instead of trying to fix. And in doing so, you create the very conditions for true connection to grow, trust, safety, and freedom. The more you let go, the more you begin to trust life itself. You begin to see that even the painful moments had purpose, that even the detours were part of the path, that you were never really lost, only resisting. And when that resistance dissolves, even suffering becomes sacred. Even the difficult becomes meaningful, because you are no longer trying to escape what is. You are embracing it, meeting it, allowing it. And in that allowance, you find grace. Control is a story the ego tells to feel powerful. But true power is not in control. It's in presence, in humility, in the quiet strength of surrender, in the willingness to let life move through you, rather than you trying to move life. It is the power of being rooted like a tree, bending with the wind, standing firm in storms, yet never clinging to the leaves or fearing the seasons. So next time you find yourself overwhelmed, trying to force clarity, trying to manage everyone's expectations, trying to plan every step into certainty, pause. Take a deep breath, feel your body, feel where the tension lives, and gently ask it to soften. Whisper to yourself, I don't need to control this. I only need to meet it. And in that meeting, you will discover something deeper than control. Peace. A peace that was always waiting beneath the surface, beneath the striving, beneath the noise. Letting go is not a one-time act. It is a daily practice, a sacred art, a softening of the grip again and again, until one day you look back and realize you didn't lose anything by letting go. You gained everything. You gained your breath. You gained your presence. You gained your life. Because life, like a river, flows best when not dammed. So step back into the stream. Feel the current hold you. Let go of the need to steer. And trust. The river knows the way. You are already enough, reclaiming your worth from a world that tries to take it. There is an ache in the center of so many hearts, a silent doubt, a question asked in 100 different ways, but never quite answered. Am I enough? It is the shadow that follows every attempt at success, the echo behind every comparison, the quiet fear hiding beneath the drive for self-improvement and achievement. It is the reason so many people feel restless, even when life appears good, lonely even when surrounded by friends, anxious even when praised, and weary even when every box on the list is checked. It is the silent contract written in childhood and signed again and again through the decades, that love is earned, that belonging is conditional, that peace must be bought with performance. So you learn to strive. You learn to fix, to polish, to perfect. You learn to hide the parts that feel unworthy and put forward the parts that might be accepted. You learn to edit your story, to minimize your needs, to outwork your insecurities. You learn, without ever meaning to treat yourself as if you are a problem to be solved. But the deeper wisdom of the Buddhist path is that your worth is not up for negotiation. It cannot be earned, and it cannot be lost. It does not rise and fall with your victories or your mistakes. It is not measured by the approval of others or by the standards of a culture that profits from your insecurity. Your worth is intrinsic, unshakable, unchanging. You were enough the moment you were born. You are enough right now, in all your messiness, your doubts, your unfinished healing, your contradictions, your tiredness, your longing. And the journey is not about becoming enough for anyone else. It is about remembering that you always were, and reclaiming that birthright from a world that tries every day to make you forget. This forgetting does not happen all at once. It happens in small ways: a parent's criticism, a teacher's disappointment, a friend's betrayal, a culture's impossible standards. It happens in moments when you reached out for comfort and were met with silence, when you showed your true self and were met with judgment, when you tried your best and were told it was not quite right. It happens every time you were told you were too much or not enough, too loud or too quiet, too different or too ordinary. These wounds are real. They are not your fault. But if you are not careful, you begin to carry them as truth, weaving them into your identity. You begin to believe the voice that says, "You must change to be loved. You must earn your place. You are not enough as you are." And that belief shapes every choice, every relationship, every goal. It is the silent director of your life's story, casting you always as the one trying to catch up, to fit in, to finally deserve rest. But Buddhism invites you to pause, to see this pattern clearly, and to question it, not as an act of rebellion, but as an act of deep self-compassion. What if none of it was true? What if every moment you spent chasing enoughness was a moment spent running from your own beauty? What if all the striving, all the editing, all the performing was only ever necessary because you forgot what you were born knowing? That you are a miracle of existence just as you are, and that your value is not dependent on anyone's recognition of it. To reclaim your worth is not arrogance. It is humility in its truest form. Because you are not claiming superiority. You are not claiming perfection. You are claiming only what is yours: the right to be as you are, the right to exist, the right to belong to this world. When you do this, something in you relaxes for the first time in years. You stop measuring your days by how much you accomplished. You stop measuring your relationships by how much you gave. You stop measuring your heart by how much it was desired. You begin to live for the experience of being, not for the achievement of becoming. This shift changes everything because it brings you back into your own body, into your own breath, into your own present moment. You begin to trust your own needs, your own feelings, your own intuition. You begin to say no without guilt. You begin to ask for help without shame. You begin to set boundaries not to punish others, but to honor yourself. You begin to let yourself rest, not as a reward for productivity, but as a basic right. You begin to show your true face to the world, even when it trembles, even when it's messy, even when it is not understood. You begin to love without needing to be needed, to give without the secret hope of being validated in return. You begin to exist not as a performance, but as a presence. This does not mean you stop growing. It does not mean you stop learning or healing or trying, but it means you are no longer motivated by the fear of being unworthy. You grow because it feels good to grow. You heal because it brings you peace. You try because you are alive, not because you are trying to prove you deserve to be. Your efforts become lighter, more joyful, more sustainable. Your failures become gentler, more forgiving, more instructive. Your relationships become deeper, more honest, more free. To reclaim your worth is to reclaim your freedom. The freedom to be misunderstood, the freedom to be ordinary, the freedom to be inconsistent, imperfect in process, the freedom to change your mind, to begin again, to not always have an answer, the freedom to be soft in a world that values hardness, to be quiet in a world that rewards noise, to be kind in a world that worships success at any cost, the freedom to disappoint others if it means not abandoning yourself, the freedom to make choices that nourish your soul, even if no one else understands. This reclamation is not a one-time act. It is a practice. It is a daily, sometimes hourly, sometimes breath-by-breath return to the truth of your own being. Every time you notice yourself hustling for worth, pause. Every time you hear the old voice whispering that you must do more, pause. Every time you find yourself judging your body, your mind, your emotions, your pace, pause. And in that pause, ask yourself, who told me I was not enough? Who benefits when I forget my worth? Who would I be if I remembered? Let these questions unravel the conditioning. Let them open the door to your own inner sanctuary where the noise of the world cannot reach. Sit quietly in that space. Feel your own presence. Listen for the heartbeat that has never left you, not for a moment. Notice how it does not require applause. Notice how it does not demand explanation. Notice how it simply is, beating, living, enough. Buddhist practice gives us many tools to return to this truth: meditation, mindfulness, loving kindness, compassion. But all of them point in the same direction, toward remembering, toward returning, toward choosing again and again to believe in your own enoughness, even when the world disagrees, even when your own mind forgets, even when nothing in your outer life looks as you once dreamed. This is the revolution. This is the liberation. This is the place where all true growth, all true love, all true peace begins. Because when you are no longer hustling for worth, you become available for wonder. You begin to see the world with softer eyes. You begin to love people not for what they can give you, but for who they are. You begin to forgive yourself and others more easily, knowing that none of us need to be perfect to be worthy of compassion. You begin to live in alignment with your own heart, unafraid to make mistakes, unafraid to be real. So if today you feel the old ache, the ache of not enoughness, pause. Place your hand on your heart. Take a deep breath. Whisper, I am already enough. Say it again. Let it ring through the quiet places inside you that have forgotten. Let it soak into the bones that have carried you through every season, every trial, every change. Let it become a practice, a prayer, a way of being. And when the world tries to make you forget, return. Return again and again. Not because it is easy, but because it is true. Not because you always believe it, but because it is who you are beneath the noise. You are enough. You are enough. You are enough. The deep art of allowing. Life grows in the spaces where you stop resisting. If you sit quietly and listen, not to the noise of the world, not to the demands of your mind, but to the gentle, persistent undercurrent within, you might discover something surprising. Beneath all your striving, beneath all your wanting and fixing and controlling, beneath your planning and your pain, is a longing that has nothing to do with achievement or improvement. It is simply a longing for things to be okay as they are, for a moment of rest in which nothing needs to be changed, for the peace of simply being allowed as you are in a world that never stops pushing. But most of us are taught from our earliest days that life is something to be conquered, fixed, wrestled into shape. We learn to resist. We resist discomfort, uncertainty, aging, loss, change, slowness, even our own bodies and feelings. We fight with ourselves, with time, with others, with the whole wild universe, always struggling for a version of reality that is finally right. This is the hidden root of so much suffering, and it's so normal that we don't even see it. But Buddhism quietly reveals another way, the art of allowing. Allowing is not giving up, nor is it laziness or passivity. It is the deepest, most powerful acceptance of life as it truly is. Messy, unpredictable, beautiful, fleeting, and utterly beyond our full control. Allowing is the radical act of dropping your resistance to what is, even as you keep moving, growing, responding, choosing. Allowing means letting the present moment be exactly what it is before you try to shape it. It means meeting each experience with an open hand, not a clenched fist. It means discovering that there is wisdom and strength not just in action, but in the gentle, courageous pause that lets you receive life before you rush to improve it. Allowing begins in the body. Most people are at war with their own bodies, fighting fatigue, forcing productivity, resenting aches, ignoring hunger, silencing pain. The first act of allowing is to pause and ask, what is my body feeling right now? Not to change it, not to judge it, not to make it go away, but simply to allow it. If you are tired, allow tiredness. If you are sad, allow sadness. If you are tense, allow the tension. This simple act of letting your body be instead of trying to control or bypass it opens a new dimension of healing, because what is allowed can breathe. What is allowed can move. What is allowed can finally rest. The same is true of emotions. Most suffering is not from feeling, but from fighting what we feel. We label anger as wrong, sadness as weakness, fear as failure, and happiness as something to clutch desperately, terrified it will leave. We run from discomfort, cover it in busyness, numb it with habits, analyze it endlessly. But what if, instead, you simply allowed your emotions to be what they are? Not because you want them to stay forever, but because you know they are waves, rising and falling in their own time. Allowing is not indulgence. It is not wallowing. It is simply being honest with yourself. It is sitting beside your own heart and saying, you are allowed. You do not need to hide. Allowing also extends to your thoughts. The mind will never be a perfectly curated garden. It will always sprout weeds, old patterns, wild ideas, memories, worries. Most meditation is not about banishing thoughts, but about letting them come and go without attaching to them. Allowing means witnessing your thoughts without needing to act on them, judge them, or run from them. It is the freedom of not taking every mental event so personally. It is realizing that you can let a thought arise, linger and pass, and you, the deeper awareness, remain unchanged. But the art of allowing does not stop with your inner world. It is a way of meeting all of life. It is a way of allowing other people to be as they are, even when they don't meet your needs or expectations. It is letting relationships change, letting loved ones grow or drift, letting strangers be messy or confused. It is the humility to accept that you do not control anyone else's path. It is the freedom of loving people without constantly trying to change them. This is not resignation. It is not approving of harm or inviting disrespect. It is choosing to stop fighting against the reality that people will be themselves and that your peace depends on letting them. Allowing extends to time itself. The culture teaches us to race, to rush, to chase productivity at all costs. but allowing means letting life unfold at its own pace. It is trusting that not everything needs to happen on your timeline. It is surrendering to the seasons of energy, of growth, of rest, of not knowing. It is making space for pauses, for transitions, for unfinished chapters. It is refusing to believe the lie that you must have it all figured out right now, forever. This art of allowing transforms suffering into wisdom. When you resist, you become rigid, brittle, anxious, defensive. But when you allow, you become soft, resilient, spacious, at home in your own skin. Suffering contracts the heart, allowing expands it. Suffering isolates, allowing connects. Suffering says, I can't live until this changes. Allowing says, I can live fully even while this is here. This is not passive. It is the strength to keep the heart open, to stay engaged, to meet each day with curiosity and humility instead of control. The paradox is that in allowing, change actually becomes easier. When you allow what is, you see it clearly. You respond from wisdom, not panic. You make better choices, set healthier boundaries, take more authentic actions. You become less reactive, less needy, less desperate for life to go your way. You begin to trust that you can meet whatever comes, not because you can control it, but because you are learning to allow it, to adapt, to be with it. Growth, healing, and transformation all require this kind of spaciousness. Nothing grows well in hard, packed soil. Life flourishes in open ground. Allowing also means forgiving yourself. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to have days when you are tired or lost. You are allowed to grieve, to celebrate, to change your mind, to need support. You are allowed to rest without earning it. You are allowed to not always be improving. This permission is not an excuse to avoid responsibility. It is an invitation to be fully, honestly alive, to experience the wholeness of your life, not just the highlights. At the deepest level, allowing is the root of compassion. Compassion is not pity, it is not fixing, it is not rescuing. It is allowing another's pain to exist, to be witnessed, to be honored, without needing to erase it or solve it. It is the grace to be present with suffering, your own and others, and to know that presence itself is healing. The greatest gift you can give to another person is the space to be as they are, in your presence, without judgment. The greatest gift you can give to yourself is the same. As you practice allowing, the world softens. You find beauty in imperfection. You discover strength in vulnerability. You find rest in the middle of uncertainty. You find peace not because everything is as you want, but because you have stopped fighting what is. The art of allowing becomes the art of living. You begin to trust that life knows what it is doing, that the river will carry you, that you don't have to hold it all together. You begin to know, deeply, quietly, unshakably, that you are already enough, and that life, just as it is enough, too. So pause. Take a breath. Feel whatever is present and allow it. Allow your heart to open, even just a little. Allow yourself to be just as you are. Allow others to be just as they are. Allow life to unfold in its own way, in its own time. And in this deep, radical, loving allowance, discover the peace and wisdom that were always waiting beneath the noise. The courage to stay. True freedom is found when you no longer run from yourself. There is a subtle, almost invisible current running through nearly every human life, a restless urge to move away from discomfort, to escape the parts of ourselves and our experience that feel too raw, too heavy, too much. Most people live much of their lives as if on the run. We may not pack a suitcase and disappear, but we develop countless strategies to avoid, to numb, to bypass. We bury pain under productivity. We turn sadness into anger. We drown silence in noise. We run from boredom into busyness, from loneliness into distraction, from uncertainty into control. Our culture rewards us for running, celebrates the hustle, the next achievement, the constant motion. Rarely does it praise the sacred art of staying. Rarely does it honor the deep, trembling courage it takes to turn inward and simply remain just as we are, with all that is present. Yet Buddhism teaches that the greatest freedom is not found in escaping discomfort, but in learning to stay with it, to breathe with it, to hold it as a wise friend, and in so doing, to finally stop running from our own hearts. Staying is not stagnation. It is not resignation or defeat. It is not clinging to suffering or indulging in self-pity. True staying is an act of radical compassion. It is the willingness to face what is most real within us and around us, even when every part of us wants to flee. It is the choice, made again and again, to meet our own pain with presence instead of avoidance, with gentleness instead of judgment, with breath instead of busyness. It is the rare strength to sit down inside your own life and say, "I will not abandon myself, not this time, not for anyone, not for any feeling, not for any fear." This is the courage that all genuine transformation requires, because the parts of us that are hurting are not healed by escape. They are healed by attention, by patience, by being allowed to exist in the light of our awareness. Why is it so hard to stay? The answer is simple, but not easy. To stay is to feel. To stay is to allow the wave of sadness, the storm of anger, the ache of regret, the emptiness of longing to move through us. It is to stop suppressing, to stop distracting, to stop editing. The feelings we run from are often the ones we most need to know. The wounds we hide from are often the very doors into freedom. But the mind, terrified of pain, invents 1,000 clever ways to detour. Just get busy. Scroll a little longer. Fix someone else's problem. Doubt yourself until you disappear. Wait for the future to be different. The mind means well. It thinks it is protecting us. But in avoiding pain, we also avoid joy, peace, authenticity, intimacy. Every time we abandon ourselves in the moment, we teach our hearts that we are not safe, that we must keep running, that rest is dangerous. The practice of staying begins, as always, with the body. Notice the urge to fidget, to tense, to escape into thought. Pause. Bring your attention to your breath. Not to change it, not to force calm, but to remember you are here. Feel your feet on the ground, your seat in the chair, the weight of your body. Notice the sensations: tingling, warmth, tightness, energy. Where does your body want to run? Where does it grip, armor, contract? Let it be. Stay with it. Breathe with it. Offer it kindness, as you would to a frightened child. The body is always in the present. It is the mind that runs ahead or behind. So, by returning to the body, you begin to anchor yourself in the now, the only place healing can happen. Next, notice the emotions. What are you feeling, really? Not what you wish you felt, not what you think you should feel. What is here, right now? Maybe it's a knot of anxiety. Maybe it's a dull ache of sadness. Maybe it's a flash of irritation or a cloud of confusion. Can you let the feeling be? Can you welcome it just for this breath, without needing to fix or analyze or escape? Can you say, "You are allowed. I will stay with you"? This is not wallowing. It is witnessing. This is not indulging. It is holding. Most feelings are like weather. They pass if we let them move. But if we resist, if we push them down, they only get stuck, festering beneath the surface, running our lives from the shadows. Staying also means staying with your thoughts, not believing all of them, not following every story, but noticing what arises. The mind may tell you, "You can't handle this. You need to leave. This will never change. You are not enough." Gently bring your attention back to the breath, back to the body. Remind yourself, these are just thoughts. I do not need to run. See if you can find the place inside that is simply watching, the observer that is not afraid, that does not judge, that is always steady, no matter what the mind says. The courage to stay is the courage to be real, to let life touch you, to let yourself be changed by experience, not numbed by it. It is the willingness to keep your heart open, even when it has been bruised. It is the discipline to be present for your own growth, not waiting for someone else to save you or the world to make you safe. Staying is not always comfortable, but it is always honest. It is the soil in which wisdom grows. When you practice staying, you start to discover something remarkable. The things you feared would break you, your sadness, your loneliness, your doubts, are not as overwhelming as you imagined. In fact, most pain becomes bearable, even transformative, when you meet it with attention instead of avoidance. The energy you spent running becomes energy you can use for healing, for creation, for deepening your presence. You realize you are stronger than you thought, more resilient than you knew. You find out you can survive not by escaping, but by facing what is real. You learn that your capacity for compassion, for yourself and for others, is far greater than your fear. This staying also changes how you relate to others. When you have learned to stay with your own discomfort, you become less reactive, more patient, more compassionate. You are less likely to demand that others make you feel safe, less likely to flee or attack when you feel misunderstood. You listen more deeply. You judge less. You can hold space for others' pain because you have learned to hold your own. True intimacy, true friendship, true love, all require the courage to stay. The world will keep inviting you to run, to chase the next distraction, to keep moving, to avoid the places inside that feel tender or strange. But the path of awakening, the path of freedom, is always a path of return. Return to yourself, return to the moment, return to your breath, your body, your own heart. Again and again, when you notice you've left, you return. This is the real discipline, the real art, not perfection, but returning to stay. You may not always succeed. Some days you will run, some days you will hide. That's okay. The courage is not in never leaving. The courage is in returning every time you remember. The courage is in forgiving yourself for running and then coming back, breath by breath, moment by moment, step by step. To stay is not to stagnate. It is to live fully, honestly, deeply. It is to open your arms to the entirety of your experience, not just the pleasant, not just the pretty, but all of it. It is to trust that you do not need to be rescued from yourself, that your life is not a mistake to be avoided, but a mystery to be lived, that the parts you want to run from may be the very parts that hold your greatest gifts. So sit down inside your own life, breathe, feel, let the moment be, let yourself be. Trust that staying is enough. Trust that you are enough. The world will try to keep you moving, but you, brave, patient, loving you, have chosen another way. You have chosen the courage to stay. And in that staying, you will find the freedom that was never in the running, the peace that was never in the escaping, the wisdom that was always waiting for you to come home. The sanctuary within. Finding true refuge when the world cannot shelter you. There comes a time in every journey, a moment, a season, sometimes a lifetime, when the safe places you depended on vanish or change, when the comforts you trusted become unreliable, when the people you leaned on cannot be there for you, or perhaps never could be. This is not a failing, not a punishment, not the universe against you. It is a fundamental truth of existence. Everything external, no matter how precious, how solid, how hard-won, how deeply loved, will one day change, shift, slip through your grasp, or simply not be able to meet you where you are. If you spend your life searching for perfect refuge in the shifting world, you will always be restless, always disappointed, always caught in longing and fear. And yet, The longing for refuge, the need to feel safe, to feel held, to feel at home, is not an illusion. It is as real as breath. What the Buddhist path reveals, gently but unshakably, is that the only unshakable sanctuary you will ever find is within, not in escaping the world, not in transcending pain, but in discovering the place inside yourself that can never be lost, that remains present through every storm, that welcomes you with compassion no matter how many times you forget. Most people, without realizing it, are exiles from their own hearts. They are wanderers in their own lives, searching for shelter in approval, in success, in relationships, in possessions, in beliefs, in routines. These things can be beautiful, but they are temporary by nature. And when the winds of life blow, when loss comes, when health fails, when the mind turns dark, when the world feels cold, what do you hold on to? Where do you turn, when all the places you used to go for comfort are gone, or are not enough, or are simply unavailable? This is the turning point, the sacred crossroads, when you are invited, not by force, but by necessity, to return home to yourself, to the place that is always here, beneath the thoughts, beneath the fears, beneath even the pain. This sanctuary is not an escape from life, but a way of being truly present with it. It is not a wall that keeps out difficulty, but a hearth that stays warm no matter how cold the world becomes. It is the quiet center, the still point, the deep knowing that you are allowed to exist, to breathe, to feel, even when nothing outside you is okay. It is the ground beneath the waves, the space between thoughts, the steady heartbeat that does not change with circumstance. It is what the Buddha called island unto yourself, not as isolation, but as a profound belonging to your own being. How do you find this sanctuary? You do not build it, you uncover it. You do not invent it, you remember it. It is already here, but it is so often covered by noise, by shame, by habit, by the frantic search for shelter outside. The first step is simply to pause, to stop running for even one breath, to notice the urge to distract, to escape, to reach for something, anything, that will save you from this moment, to become aware of the hunger for safety, to name it, to honor it, to bring it out of the shadows. There is no need to judge yourself for wanting comfort. There is no need to shame yourself for wanting to be held. These are human needs, ancient and true. But notice, can you stay with the longing itself without immediately trying to fix it? Can you turn your attention inward and ask, what is here in me that is already holding me, already witnessing me, already present? The sanctuary within is discovered not in thinking, but in being, in the quiet space beneath the commentary of the mind, in the gentle, aware presence that notices the body breathing, the heart beating, the feelings arising and passing, in the part of you that does not try to change the moment, but simply stays with it. When you sit in stillness, when you allow yourself to feel without running, you begin to sense it, a spaciousness, an openness, a warmth that is not dependent on external conditions. You begin to trust that you can survive not by fleeing from pain, but by being present for it, that you can meet joy without clinging and sorrow without collapsing, that you can ride the waves of life, not because you are immune to suffering, but because you have found an anchor deeper than any storm. This sanctuary is also the place of deepest honesty. Here, you do not have to pretend. You do not have to be strong, or wise, or healed, or perfect. You can bring your confusion, your fear, your wounds, your longing. You can let yourself be seen by yourself in all your reality. And in that seeing, in that radical acceptance, something softens. The walls come down, the self-judgment melts away. You realize that the only true refuge is not in being unbreakable, but in being whole, whole enough to contain your brokenness, whole enough to love your scars, whole enough to rest in the truth that nothing in you needs to be exiled anymore. As you practice returning to this inner sanctuary, you begin to notice a shift in how you live. You become less desperate for the world to validate you. You become less reactive when things fall apart. You become less dependent on outcomes for your peace. You become more resilient, not because nothing touches you, but because you are no longer shattered by every wave. You begin to trust yourself, to trust your own capacity to meet life as it is, to trust your own breath to carry you, to trust your own presence to hold you steady. And then, something even more beautiful happens. The more you rest in your own sanctuary, the more you become a sanctuary for others. You become someone who can listen without needing to fix, someone who can hold space for pain without rushing to solve it, someone whose presence is calming because you have learned to calm yourself. You become a place of rest in a restless world, not because you are never shaken, but because you have learned to stay, to breathe, to return again and again. This is not a practice of perfection. Some days you will forget. Some days you will seek refuge outside yourself, and that is okay. The sanctuary within is patient. It does not vanish when you abandon it. It waits for your return every time with open arms. Every breath is an invitation home. Every moment of suffering is a doorway if you choose to walk through it. Every loss is a reminder, not of what is missing, but of where true refuge is found. The world will keep changing. People will keep coming and going. Bodies will age. Plans will unravel. Certainty will dissolve. But the sanctuary within, the quiet, steady presence of your own being, remains. It does not promise a life free from pain. It promises that you will never have to face it alone. It does not guarantee that the world will become soft. It guarantees that you can become soft enough to meet it. It does not shield you from grief, but it gives you a place to grieve safely, honestly, fully. And so, if today you feel adrift, if you feel that there is no place for you, if you feel lost or alone or exposed, pause, turn inward, close your eyes, place your hand on your heart. Feel the breath move in and out. Whisper, "I am home." Even if you do not fully believe it, even if you feel nothing at first, keep returning, keep trusting, keep practicing. For in time, you will discover that the sanctuary was never outside, never in a perfect day, or a perfect love, or a perfect accomplishment. It was always here, waiting for you, in the center of your own being. You are your own safe place. You are your own belonging. You are your own home. And nothing can ever take that away. Returning again and again, the endless practice of coming home to yourself. There is a longing woven deep into the fabric of every human heart, a longing that is older than any memory, deeper than any explanation, and more persistent than any of the roles, stories, or identities you have ever tried to wear. It is the longing to come home, not just to a place, not just to a person, not just to a fleeting moment of comfort or achievement, but to yourself, to the one who was there before any of it began, to the quiet center that has witnessed every joy and sorrow, to the silent, steady awareness that has survived every storm. This longing may go unnoticed for years, covered over by ambition, by distraction, by 1,000 forms of running, performing, seeking, or fixing. But it never disappears. No matter how far you wander, no matter how long you forget, the longing to return waits for you, patient and unchanging, like a light in the window of your own soul. On the Buddhist path, everything is practice. Practice is not just something you do on a cushion or in a temple. It is the very fabric of your life, the way you meet each moment, the way you return to yourself when you notice you have left. Practice is not about perfection or arrival. It is about returning again and again, breath by breath, moment by moment, day after day. And the paradox is this: the more you practice returning, the more you realize that you were never really lost. The ground of your being, the sanctuary of your own presence, was never absent. You were simply distracted, entangled in thought, caught up in story, pulled away by the relentless currents of fear, desire, memory, or expectation. To return is not to become someone new. It is to remember the truth of who you have always been beneath the noise. Returning begins in the most ordinary ways. You notice you are tense, anxious, carried away by plans or regrets or opinions. You pause, you take a breath, you bring your attention gently back to the body, back to the sensations of sitting, standing, walking, breathing. You let the stories of the mind dissolve just for this moment, and you feel the simple, undeniable presence of being alive. You do not need to fix anything, solve anything, or achieve anything. You only need to return to this breath, to this body, to this awareness. Again and again, 1,000 times a day, you practice the art of coming home. But returning is not just for moments of peace or clarity. It is for the hard times too. The days when your mind is a storm, when your heart aches, when the world feels too loud or too uncertain. It is for the moments when you have said or done something you regret, when you feel small or ashamed or afraid. Instead of running from these moments, instead of trying to escape or numb or perfect them, you practice returning. You offer yourself the radical kindness of not abandoning yourself. Not this time. You sit with your pain, your confusion, your longing, and you let yourself be seen, just as you are. You remind yourself that nothing you feel can ever make you unworthy of your own presence. This is the true art of practice, not getting it right, not becoming flawless, but refusing to leave yourself behind. It is forgiving yourself again and again for forgetting, for wandering, for getting lost. It is having the humility to begin anew as many times as it takes, to meet yourself with patience, to hold yourself with gentleness. The world may demand performance, progress, achievement, but your soul asks only for your return, and every return is an act of love. Returning is also about softening. The more you practice, the more you see how harshly you have treated yourself, how rigidly you have judged your own mistakes, how quickly you have turned away from discomfort. You begin to see that you do not need to be perfect to be present. You do not need to have the answers to be whole. You do not need to prove anything to be allowed. You are allowed simply because you are. Practice is the gentle art of letting yourself be, of giving yourself permission to feel, to breathe, to rest in the arms of your own awareness. And the more you return, the more you begin to trust yourself, not as an idea, but as an experience. You trust that you can handle what arises. You trust that you do not need to run. You trust that your presence is enough, even in the mess, even in the doubt, even in the pain. You begin to see that the home you have been searching for is not a place, or a person, or a circumstance, but the unshakable ground of your own being. And in this home, you are never truly alone. Returning is a practice of honesty. It is the courage to face what is true in this moment, without flinching, without running, without trying to make it prettier or easier than it is. It is seeing yourself clearly, in all your humanity, and saying, even now I will not abandon you. It is refusing to exile any part of yourself, not the wounded parts, not the messy parts, not the afraid or angry or grieving parts. In this honesty, you find freedom, the freedom to live without masks, without apologies, without needing to be someone else. But returning is also a practice of joy. Because the more you come home, the more you discover the quiet happiness that comes from simply being alive, from being present for the small moments, the light on the wall, the taste of tea, the warmth of the sun, the softness of a breath. You stop waiting for life to be extraordinary and start noticing the miracle of the ordinary. You stop postponing your happiness to some future version of yourself and start allowing it now in the midst of everything. The endless practice of returning is not linear. Some days you will remember quickly. Some days you will forget for hours or weeks or years. Some days you will feel close to yourself. Some days you will feel lost. This is not a failure. This is the path. The practice is not about never leaving. It is about always coming back. It is about trusting that no matter how far you wander, the way home is always open. And as you practice, you begin to see the same longing in others. You see how much of human suffering is rooted in self-abandonment, in the desperate search for home outside of oneself. You become more compassionate, more patient, more willing to offer the presence you have learned to offer yourself. You become a refuge, not by trying to save anyone, but by showing what it looks like to stay, to breathe, to return. There is a Zen saying, "The obstacle is the path." Every moment of forgetting, every time you get lost, every stumble and mistake is not a detour, it is the way. It is the very ground on which you practice returning. And with every return, the roots of your being grow deeper. With every return, your trust in yourself grows stronger. With every return, you learn to belong to yourself in a way that nothing and no one can take away. So practice returning. Practice coming home. Again and again, as many times as it takes. Do not wait for permission. Do not wait until you are worthy. You are worthy now. You are allowed now. You are home now, in this breath, in this body, in this moment. No matter how far you wander, the door is always open. The light is always on. The home you seek is always here, waiting for your return. The softest strength. Living open-hearted in a world that teaches you to harden. There is a reason so many spiritual teachings speak of the heart, not the literal organ, but the deep, mysterious center of your being, the seat of both tenderness and courage, vulnerability and wisdom, pain and joy. In the world as it is, you are taught, almost from birth, that to survive you must armor yourself, harden, toughen up, keep your guard high, let no one see your weakness, let nothing pierce you too deeply. You are taught that the strong are those who do not bend, do not cry, do not let life touch them. You are taught that your value lies in being impenetrable, in winning, in never letting your softness be seen as weakness. And yet, every moment of real peace, every moment of beauty that takes your breath away, every true connection, every act of healing, every brush with wonder, these come not from your defenses, but from your willingness to live open-hearted. Living open-hearted does not mean you do not hurt. In fact, it means you are willing to hurt. It means you allow yourself to feel the ache of loss, the sting of disappointment, the grief that accompanies change. It means you let the world enter you, touch you, change you, rather than keeping it at bay. It means you meet others not as enemies or threats, but as fellow travelers carrying their own burdens, hopes and fears. It means you walk through life not with a shield, but with hands open, willing to receive, willing to give, willing to risk being seen as you are. This is the softest strength, the kind of strength that does not roar, does not dominate, does not crush. It is the strength of the willow that bends in the wind and does not break. It is the strength of water that wears down stone, not by force, but by patience. It is the strength of compassion, the strength of forgiveness, the strength of kindness when it would be easier to be cruel. It is the strength of presence, of showing up for your own life and the lives of others, again and again, without guarantee of reward, without the promise of safety. The world will teach you that this is foolish. It will reward your armor, your quick wit, your clever defenses, your ability to hide your wounds. But Buddhism and every wisdom tradition invites you to try another way, to let the armor fall away, not all at once, but piece by piece, breath by breath, to risk loving again after betrayal, to risk feeling after numbness, to risk speaking your truth even when your voice shakes, to risk reaching out when it would be easier to retreat, to risk believing that your softness is not a liability, but your greatest resource. Why is this so hard? Because to live open-hearted is to risk being hurt, to risk disappointment, to risk loss. The mind will say, protect yourself. The world will echo, don't let them see you cry. But if you look closely, you will see that most of your suffering does not come from your wounds, but from the ways you have armored yourself against them. It comes from the stories you tell yourself about what is allowed and what is forbidden, from the walls you build to keep pain out, and in the process, keep love out as well. Open-heartedness is not naivete. It is not pretending that life cannot hurt you. It is the deep, steady knowledge that you can survive being hurt, and that closing off to avoid pain is not worth the cost. It is the wisdom that knows everything is impermanent, and so every moment is precious. Every connection is a risk, every act of love is a leap, every breath is a gift that will not come again. It is the courage to show up fully, knowing nothing is promised, nothing is safe, nothing is guaranteed. The softest strength is found in the smallest moments, in listening when you would rather speak, in forgiving when you would rather hold a grudge, in pausing before you react, in letting yourself weep at beauty or pain, in saying, I'm sorry, or I love you, or I need help, in allowing yourself to be changed by what you experience, rather than pretending to be untouched. It is in meeting each day, not with a plan to conquer, but with a willingness to notice, to feel, to allow. It is the strength to stay in the conversation, to stay in the discomfort, to stay in the practice, to stay in the world. This strength is also the foundation of real relationships. When you live open-hearted, you invite others to do the same. You give permission for honesty, for tenderness, for mistakes. You create a space where people can let their armor down, where real intimacy can grow, where wounds can be seen and held. You stop needing to control others. You stop needing to perform. You become a sanctuary, not just for yourself, but for those you love. And when you are inevitably hurt, when the world is harsh, when love ends, when plans fail, you grieve, you rage, you despair, but you do not close. You allow the pain to move through you, trusting it will not last forever. You do not become bitter. You do not become hard. You let the experience shape you, deepen you, soften you further. You learn that every heartbreak can become a doorway to compassion, every loss a lesson in impermanence, every wound a place where the light can enter. Living this way is not for the faint of heart. It requires the discipline to stay awake, to stay present, to stay available. It requires a trust in yourself, a trust that you can survive whatever comes, a trust that your open heart is stronger than any defense you could build. It requires a willingness to keep beginning again, to keep returning to softness, to keep choosing vulnerability over certainty. You will not always succeed. Some days you will armor up. Some days you will shut down. Some days you will lash out or withdraw or pretend. This is not failure. This is being human. The practice is not in never closing, but in reopening, in forgiving yourself for closing, in returning to openness whenever you remember. Each time you choose softness, you make it easier to choose again. And as you live more open-hearted, the world begins to change around you. Not because the world is less harsh, but because you are less afraid. Not because others always reciprocate, but because you are no longer living in reaction to their choices. You become a force for healing, for kindness, for understanding. You become a reminder that strength is not always loud, not always hard, not always victorious. Sometimes strength is quiet, is yielding, is gentle, is willing to lose, is willing to love, with no guarantee. In the end, the softest strength is the only strength that lasts. Armors rust, walls crumble, cleverness fades. But the heart, open, patient, loving, remains. It weathers every season. It survives every loss. It is the source of all joy, all beauty, all meaning. To live open-hearted is to live fully. To live open-hearted is to risk everything, and in that risk, to gain everything. So, as you walk this path, pause often. Place your hand over your heart. Breathe into the softest place within you. Whisper, "It's safe to be open." Allow yourself to feel. Allow yourself to love. Allow yourself to be changed. And know, always, that the greatest strength is not in how tightly you can close, but in how bravely you can open again and again, no matter what the world brings. The wisdom of slow growth, honoring the pace of your real becoming. In a world obsessed with speed, with instant gratification, with the dazzling highlight reels of everyone's progress, it is easy to fall into the belief that your growth must happen quickly, visibly, spectacularly. The timelines of achievement, the endless self-comparisons, the subtle shame of still not there yet. These become a silent drumbeat in the back of your mind, urging you to hurry up, to become, to transform, to fix and change and improve with urgency. You are taught, almost from your first steps, to see every delay as failure, every pause as lost ground, every gentle unfolding as weakness or lack of ambition. And so you hurry through your own life, chasing breakthroughs, impatient with your own process, forever measuring yourself against an imaginary clock that only ever speeds up. But all authentic Buddhist teaching, all honest wisdom born of deep seeing, whispers another truth, patient and unchanging. Real growth is slow. It cannot be forced. It cannot be measured by the same standards as outward success or worldly productivity. It happens beneath the surface, in the dark and fertile places of the soul, in the hidden hours when nothing seems to be happening, in the seasons of rest and silence and gentle returning. It does not come on command, nor can it be summoned by effort alone. True growth is not the work of the ego, but of the deeper self, the self that moves in harmony with the rhythms of nature, the self that knows that every oak tree was once a seed that split and softened and rooted, invisible, before it ever reached toward the sky. The wisdom of slow growth begins with honoring your own natural pace, your own unique unfolding. No two lives, no two hearts, no two stories move alike. You are not here to keep up with anyone else. You are not here to rush through your own seasons. The pressure to accelerate, to skip steps, to leapfrog over pain or confusion or uncertainty is a recipe for disconnection and self-betrayal. Just as a flower opens petal by petal, just as the moon waxes and wanes in its own time, just as healing comes in fits and starts, so does your growth move in cycles, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes invisible to anyone but yourself. Slow growth is not stagnation. It is not laziness or lack of commitment. It is the sacred discipline of patience, the art of staying present for the small, almost unnoticeable changes that accumulate over time. It is the courage to keep returning to your practice, your breath, your heart, even when you see no evidence of progress. It is the faith to believe that something is happening beneath the surface, even when you cannot prove it, even when others cannot see it, even when your own mind doubts it. The greatest transformations happen quietly. The roots deepen in darkness before the first shoot breaks ground. Honoring slow growth also means making peace with all the parts of your process you would rather rush past, the setbacks, the regressions, the repeating lessons, the return of old wounds, the days or years when you feel lost, when nothing seems to be working. These are not failures. These are not proof that you are broken. These are the honest, essential chapters of every real journey. Sometimes the very thing you want to hurry through is the soil of your deepest wisdom. Sometimes the slow return, the repeated beginning, the gentle forgiveness, is the breakthrough. The practice is not to rush, but to stay, to breathe, to trust. The wisdom of slow growth teaches you to stop measuring your life by outward markers alone. Yes, there may be moments of recognition, of visible achievement, of dramatic change, but most of the real growth will happen in ways only you can feel, in the softness with which you meet yourself, in the way you speak to yourself on a hard day, in the patience you offer a loved one, in the boundaries you set without anger, in the way you come back to your breath after forgetting for hours or days, in the willingness to try again, to trust again, to open again. When you honor slow growth, you become more compassionate with yourself and with others. You stop demanding instant results in healing, in relationships, in spiritual practice. You stop expecting yourself to always be better. You stop shaming yourself for still struggling, still feeling, still needing time. You understand that every living thing needs seasons of rest, of apparent emptiness, of fallow ground. You give yourself permission to pause, to breathe, to do nothing at all for a while. You trust that what is meant for you will not pass you by, that the deepest changes cannot be rushed, that your worth is not diminished by your slowness. This way of being is radical in a culture that profits from your insecurity, your urgency, your constant striving. It is an act of rebellion to move at your own pace, to cherish your own unfolding, to refuse to make yourself a product or a project. It is a revolution to listen to your own rhythms, to rest when you are tired, to celebrate the tiniest steps, to grieve what needs grieving, to let yourself be unfinished. It is a declaration of your humanity, a refusal to exile any part of your experience. The wisdom of slow growth is also the wisdom of deep roots. The faster you grow, the more likely you are to topple in the first strong wind. The slower you grow, the deeper you root. The more able you are to bend without breaking, to weather the storms, to nourish others from your own groundedness. The slow growth is steady, sustainable, enduring. It does not burn out. It does not collapse at the first challenge. It survives the long winters, trusts the unseen seasons, and flourishes in its own time. You will have days when you forget, days when you wish you were further along, when you judge yourself by someone else's timeline, when you are tempted to abandon your own process for a quick fix, a shortcut, a promise of instant transformation. On those days, pause, breathe, remember the tree, remember the seed, remember the moon, remember every wise being who ever walked this earth learned to move slowly, to honor their own becoming, to stay with the work of growth even when it was unseen and uncelebrated. Your slow growth is not a problem to solve, but a gift to cherish. It is what makes you real, what makes your wisdom deep, what makes your kindness genuine. The world may not reward your patience, but your soul will. Every gentle step, every returned breath, every quiet act of compassion for yourself is a vote for your own wholeness, your own belonging, your own peace. So trust the wisdom of your own pace. Do not be afraid of moving slowly. Be afraid only of moving in ways that betray your own heart. Celebrate every tiny movement, every gentle beginning, every honest pause. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are becoming, always becoming, in your own time, in your own way, at the only pace that is true for you. And that is more than enough. Loving the unloved. How true compassion begins, where judgment ends. Somewhere in every life there are corners of experience, memory, and emotion that go unloved. These are the places we try not to visit, the feelings we try not to feel, the stories we tell ourselves only in whispers, if at all. There is a subtle violence in the way we exile these parts of ourselves. It is not always dramatic, a little tightening around regret, a quiet cringe at the memory of failure, a disapproving inner voice when a feeling of jealousy, anger, shame, or insecurity arises. We become experts at hiding from the rawness inside us, experts at managing, minimizing, and moralizing, convinced that to be lovable we must be pure, untroubled, above the mess of ordinary human experience. This is what the world teaches. Show only your brightest, cleanest sides. Edit your soul for public consumption. The rest, hide it, deny it, cast it out. And so, year by year, our inner life grows smaller, divided, impoverished by judgment. Buddhist wisdom invites you to another way, the deep, unhurried practice of loving the unloved, both in yourself and in others. True compassion does not begin in perfection. It begins in the honest meeting of what hurts, what's ugly, what's afraid, what's been pushed aside or trampled by your own striving. It is easy to love what shines, to care for what is already soft and beautiful. But the real heart work, the transformation that changes everything, begins at the threshold where you usually turn away. Where judgment ends, compassion can finally enter. Loving the unloved is not about condoning harm or celebrating destructive habits. It is about seeing what is true exactly as it is, without turning away, without recoiling, without rushing to fix or erase. It is about sitting down inside your own skin, taking the hand of your fear, your anger, your grief, your disappointment, and saying, "I will not abandon you, not this time." This act is radical because it interrupts the ancient cycle of shame and rejection that keeps so much of you in darkness. Most people believe they must earn compassion by becoming better, cleaner, more evolved. But Buddhist compassion is unconditional. It says, this pain too belongs. This failure too is worthy of attention. This mistake, this regret, this loneliness, let it be seen, let it be held, let it breathe in the warm air of your own awareness. This practice can be difficult, especially if you have spent a lifetime being harsh with yourself. The mind is clever. It will say, if I am kind to my sadness, I will never improve. If I am gentle with my anger, I will become selfish. If I allow my fear, I will be weak. But in truth, the parts of you that are rejected only grow stronger in the shadows. What is denied festers. What is resisted persists. What is unloved aches louder. The work of healing is not about eradicating these parts, but about meeting them with such steady, spacious presence that they no longer need to clamor for attention. You do not become whole by amputating the unwanted. You become whole by loving every fragment back into the light. Compassion for yourself grows naturally into compassion for others. The more you make peace with your own humanity, the more you can see the humanity in everyone else. You become less judgmental, less rigid, less easily shocked or offended. You recognize the same fears, the same wounds, the same longings in the eyes of strangers, the voices of your loved ones, the struggles of your enemies. You begin to understand that everyone is fighting an inner battle. Everyone has unloved parts. Everyone is carrying burdens you may never see. To love the unloved is to move beyond mere tolerance, beyond moral superiority, beyond the performance of goodness. It is to touch the heart of reality. Nothing in this world is unworthy of compassion. Not the mistakes, not the mess, not the sorrow, not the rage. Compassion does not mean passivity. It means meeting what is true with enough kindness to allow it to transform. Anger held with compassion becomes clarity. Grief held with compassion becomes tenderness. Fear held with compassion becomes courage. Only what is denied remains stuck. Only what is unloved remains cold. This practice is lifelong. Every day you will find new places in yourself that feel unloved, unworthy, unacceptable. Every day you will be tempted to rush past, to tighten, to judge. But every day, too, you have the chance to pause, to soften, to turn toward instead of away. This is the slow, ordinary miracle of awakening, not becoming perfect, but becoming real, by loving the real. not escaping pain, but befriending it, not pretending to be finished, but honoring the beauty of being unfinished. Loving the unloved also means letting go of the fantasy that anyone else will do this work for you. Yes, it is healing to be loved by another. Yes, it is balm to be seen and accepted. But the foundation must be your own compassion, your own willingness to sit in the uncomfortable places, your own gentle patience as you learn to befriend every hidden aspect of your being. This is what it means to become your own refuge. Not to wall yourself off from the world, but to open your arms wider, to let more of life in, to hold more of yourself, more of the world, in the light of awareness. When you practice loving the unloved, you change the world in small, invisible ways. The people you meet sense your openness, your lack of judgment, your steady presence. They feel safer to show their own mess, their own wounds. You become a healing force, not by fixing, but by being, not by rescuing, but by witnessing. You give others permission to love their unloved parts too. And in this widening circle of compassion, the world itself becomes a little softer, a little safer, a little more humane. You will not always succeed. Some days the old habits of judgment and avoidance will take over. Some days you will harden, you will retreat, you will forget. This is not failure. It is the nature of practice. The task is not to never judge, but to notice when you do, and to meet even the judging mind with compassion. The task is not to never hurt, but to bring kindness to your own pain. The task is not to become flawless, but to live so gently with yourself that even your flaws are given room to breathe. Over time, as you stay with this practice, something fundamental shifts. You begin to trust that nothing in you is too much for your own heart. You begin to know, not just believe, that you are worthy, lovable, whole, exactly as you are. You begin to rest, not because life is easy, not because you are finished, but because you have stopped fighting yourself. And in that rest, you become capable of loving the unloved, not just within, but everywhere you go. So, as you walk this path, pause often. When something in you aches, cringe, or tightens, do not rush past. Place a hand over your heart. Breathe into the place that feels unloved. Whisper, "You too are allowed. You too belong." Bring your presence to the forgotten corners. Let judgment end so that compassion can finally begin. And watch as slowly, gently, the unloved parts come back to life, bringing with them a depth, a softness, a wisdom you could not have found any other way. This is the work of a lifetime. This is the path of true compassion, and it is always, always enough. The gift of letting go. How release becomes the doorway to wholeness. It is one of the oldest truths, whispered through the teachings of the wise, carried by the wind through every ancient forest, reflected in every change of the seasons, and yet it is perhaps the most difficult for a human heart to accept. Everything you cling to will one day have to be released. This is not a punishment, not a tragedy, not the universe against you, but the very rhythm of life itself. The great, gentle, unstoppable tide that carries all things home, eventually. From the smallest seed that releases its shell to begin its slow, uncertain becoming, to the most powerful river that releases its waters at last into the infinite embrace of the sea. Letting go is not only an act of survival, it is the only way anything new can ever arrive, the only way life can continue to grow, to renew, to heal. And yet, every instinct in us, shaped by years of fear and loss, tells us to hold on tighter. We hold on to relationships, to identities, to pain, to hope, to memories, to plans, to old wounds and future dreams, to anything that seems solid enough to protect us from the wild uncertainty of existence. We grip so tightly that our hands ache, our hearts tire, our minds become noisy and brittle. We mistake holding on for strength, control, and safety, convinced that if we just refuse to let go of the person, the job, the certainty, the old self, the familiar story, then maybe, just maybe, we can make life predictable, manageable, pain-free. But the harder we hold, the more life slips through our fingers, the more suffering accumulates, the more we lose touch with the lightness that is our birthright. Letting go is not the same as losing. Losing is what happens to you. Letting go is what you choose. Letting go is not weakness. It is the most courageous act a human being can undertake. It is not abandonment. It is trust. It is not an act of despair, but of hope, of faith in the deeper wisdom of the world, in the cycles that hold us all. When you let go, you are not giving up. You are giving in to the flow, to the truth that all things change, that all forms dissolve, that all moments are both precious and fleeting. Letting go is the art of participation in reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. It is the door to peace, to presence, to wholeness. This path begins in small ways. Notice where you are gripping, where the muscles of your body clench, where your mind circles endlessly around a single thought, where your heart refuses to soften. Pause, breathe. Ask yourself, what am I afraid will happen if I let go? Listen gently. The answer may be tender, young, full of old stories. If I let go, I will be alone. If I let go, I will disappear. If I let go, I will have nothing left. These fears are not to be dismissed. They are to be met with compassion. The part of you that clings is only trying to stay safe. But slowly, breath by breath, you can begin to loosen your grip. You can remind yourself you have survived every letting go so far. The person you are now is built from 1,000 moments of release, 1,000 old skins shed, 1,000 dreams surrendered, and new ones born in their place. Letting go is not a one-time event. It is a way of living, a rhythm that pulses through every day. It is in the exhale after the inhale, in the falling of the leaf, in the setting of the sun, in the gentle willingness to not have the last word, to not need to be right, to not demand certainty from an uncertain world. It is the choice, over and over, to meet life with open hands, to trust that what is meant to stay will stay, and what is meant to leave will leave, and that both are sacred. It is the humility to know that you cannot control what is outside you, and the courage to let go anyway. Letting go is an invitation to wholeness because it reunites you with reality. It frees you from the exhausting task of resisting what is, of fighting the tides, of arguing with life. It allows you to meet each moment as it comes, to see clearly, to love deeply, to respond instead of react. It makes space for newness, new insights, new relationships, new forms of love, new possibilities that were blocked by the stubbornness of holding on. It opens the heart, softens the body, quiets the mind. But letting go also means grieving. It means allowing the pain of loss to move through you, rather than walling it off or turning it into bitterness. It means acknowledging that every gain carries with it a loss, that every hello contains a goodbye, that every beginning arises from an ending. Grief is not a mistake. It is the honest companion of letting go. It is the way the heart honors what mattered, even as it accepts that it cannot be kept. The work is not to avoid grief, but to trust that you can feel it and survive, that you can let the tears fall and not be washed away, that you can open your hands and still be whole. Letting go is also an act of forgiveness. It is the decision to stop carrying old hurts, to stop rehearsing the wrongs done to you or by you, to stop letting the past decide the value of the present. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning harm. It means refusing to let your life be defined by what is over. It means releasing the grip of resentment so that your hands are free to hold something new. It means freeing yourself, not just the other person. In Buddhist practice, letting go is the foundation of all freedom. The Buddha taught not just about letting go of things, but of ideas, beliefs, identities, even the notion of self itself. Each letting go is a small awakening, a step away from illusion, a step toward reality, a step closer to the peace that is found not in what you possess, but in how lightly you can hold it all. This is not detachment in the sense of coldness or indifference, but of love so deep that it is willing to let things be as they are, willing to let them come and go, willing to participate fully without needing to possess. You will not always succeed. Some days you will grip tighter than ever. Some days you will forget that letting go is possible or desirable or safe. That is okay. The path is not to let go perfectly, but to remember again and again that you are allowed to try. Each time you notice, each time you soften, each time you release, even for a single breath, you are practicing the art of freedom. Letting go does not mean giving up on love, on hope, on dreams. It means giving up the illusion of control, the fantasy that you can shape life to your will without cost, the belief that clinging will protect you from pain. It means trusting that life is trustworthy, that you are trustworthy, that the same power that opens the flower, that carries the river, that spins the stars, will carry you too, even as you open your hands. So as you walk this path, pause often, notice where you are holding on, breathe into the place that is tight, whisper to yourself, it is safe to let go. Allow the grief, the fear, the love, the hope, all of it. Let it move, let it change, let it go. And as you do, discover what has always been true, that the lighter you travel, the more you can receive, that the more you let go, the more you can love, that the door to wholeness is not found by clinging, but by release. This is the final gift of letting go, the freedom to live with your hands and your heart open, trusting that what is meant for you will find you, and what is not will return to the world, blessing you in its leaving. You are whole, even as you let go. And letting go, you finally come home. If you have traveled this far, if you have sat with these words, allowed them to move quietly through your mind and heart, then you already know. The greatest journey you will ever make is not to a distant place, not toward an outer destination, not toward the perfection promised by the world, but inward, into the deep, living center of your own being. This is the journey that every soul must eventually undertake, whether by longing or by loss, by delight or by necessity, by the slow unfolding of awareness or the sudden breaking open of life. It is the journey that has no map, no clear arrival, no gold to win at the end, because the treasure is in the traveling itself, in the waking up, in the gentle, unending return to what is real. You have learned, perhaps again and again, that nothing you chase in the world can offer permanent refuge. The world will dazzle you, break you, comfort you, challenge you, love you, and leave you. You will gather and lose, win and mourn, hold on and let go, again and again, because this is the law of impermanence. Nothing remains. And yet, through every season, through every loss, there is something in you that endures. A presence deeper than thought, a witness untouched by fear, a silent, loving awareness that watches everything rise and fall without judgment, without agenda, without hurry. This is who you are beneath all striving, not a problem to be solved, not a project to be perfected, not a collection of flaws to be hidden, but a living, breathing, feeling part of the mystery. Your presence is enough. Your belonging is not conditional. Your worth is not measured by progress or performance, but by your willingness to return, to breathe, to witness, to love, again and again, no matter how many times you forget. You have discovered that true peace is not found by controlling life, but by meeting it, by staying with yourself when you want to run, by loving what hurts, by letting go of what you cannot keep. You have learned that wisdom does not come in a flash of certainty, but in the slow, ordinary accumulation of gentle moments, moments of presence, moments of honesty, moments of forgiveness, moments of rest. You have found that healing is not an end state, but a way of being. That freedom is not the absence of pain, but the courage to face what is real. That joy is not somewhere in the future, but waiting quietly in the present, in the smallest details, in the softest breath. Most of all, you have seen that every step you take toward yourself is a step toward the world. The more you practice compassion within, the more naturally you offer it without. The more you allow your own heart to soften, the more you become a source of safety and healing for others. Your open presence is a gift, not only to yourself, but to every life you touch, a reminder that it is safe to feel, to belong, to be unfinished, to begin again. And so, as you rise from these pages, as you re-enter the ordinary miracles and heartbreaks of daily life, remember, you do not need to do more, to know more, to become more in order to begin. You are already home, even as you wander. You are already whole, even as you heal. You are already enough, even as you grow. Every moment is an invitation to return, to pause, to notice, to breathe, to live gently with yourself and with this world. The journey will never be finished, because there is nowhere else to arrive but here, and nothing else to become but yourself. May you travel with patience, with courage, with softness. May you remember to trust your own pace, to honor your own story, to listen deeply to the wisdom that rises from your own stillness. May you discover, again and again, that peace was never something to find, but something to allow. May you come home to yourself, now and always, and may that home be enough.